Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, going on? Oh, today is Friday in California. Shoot! Shoot! How's everybody doing? Welcome to part 8. We have part 8 of the Prometheus rocket build, the post-Apollo-Saturn vehicle. Get the PDFs up. There we go. There we go. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I slept a lot yesterday. Yeah, I slept a lot. I went to bed like about an hour after the stream ended, and I woke up about an hour ago. That's like 10 hours of sleep. I don't know if... I'm not sure that that's good, but yeah, whatever. Fluffy, your dog puked all over the office. Good times. Is your dog stunned? Is your dog stunned? You got a stunned dog? Yeah, your dog's freaking stunned. The PDF. What? Sorry. Sometimes it's needed. I'm telling you, man. My vacation wasn't really a vacation. Yeah, SVO, I needed it, man. I needed that sleep. Like, no, I think I slept too much. I'm like, uh, remind me where Friday in California is again. It's from a Korean movie. Today is Friday in California. Shoot. Oh, man. Anyway, I'm here. Anything after Flame Trench today? Akimi, I'm not sure. I might take it easy for the weekend. I didn't tell the racing guys to do anything I mean, like maybe we could do GTA or something. I don't know. But I kind of said well, nah. I said I wanted to take the afternoon off after Flame Trench, dudes. Yeah, the last 2 weeks killed me pretty hard, but yeah, going from like West Coast and not doing any work back to the East Coast, and jumping in. Yeah, getting old. Damn it. Can't just belt out a 13-hour stream. It actually killed me yesterday. But well, like that's not the whole truth. You got to get back into the groove. Got to get back into the groove. So. Do you fancy playing RimWorld with spaceships and organ harvesting? No, not really. Hey, Cake, what's going on? How are you feeling? I'm all right. I'm gonna stop complaining. I'm good. Let's fire up KSP. Yeah. Kind of. I wanted to lock in again this week, but yeah, it kind of didn't materialize. So I'm gonna take the weekend again, and on Monday we'll get back to it. Pulse, 100-month resub. Oh baby, we're close. What's up, man? Oh baby, a triple. What's up, dude? How you doing? Right now, she's as stunned as Willard. Willard, are you stunned? Oh yeah, you're freaking stunned. You're stunned, dog. Hey, Stuart, what's going on? Get the tunage up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Fundingo! 30-month resub. Thank you. Alright, there we go. We need to chill music for now. Look at what's going on. How you doing? Your notification said 99 months. I've been bamboozled. I figured, dude. I figured. Twitch can't add, apparently, dude. Are we going to start with a test launch? Yeah, maybe. So, if you guys haven't seen it, I've been working on a ultra-heavy launch vehicle for KSP. Try to, just get our feet wet back in Kerbal, Looking forward to seeing this thing fly, Scotty. Right on, man. Right on. Right on, my dude. Oh, how's your mother? Oh, God, and you're here. What's up, man? Oh, God, you're here. Sterry, what's up? Hope all's going well. I'm good. I gotta take a second to get going, but I'm alright. You got a phone interview with MDA Space today. No wrath. Nice, dude. Alright. Let's go. Cake, I'm a little drowsy, but I'm alright. I think I slept too much. You call your mother lately? I call my mom once a week, dude. I'm not even kidding. I got an Italian mother. You don't not call mom. You don't not call mama. That would be not fortuitous for you. You hear Spaceballs 2 is in the works? Yes. Yes. Do you all spaghetti sauce or gravy? Sauce. So we were working with stage 5.1 yesterday. Hello?
This is Space. I'm in space.
Lycan, thank you for gifting a sub. King of the Hill season 14. Well, I tell you what, boy. That's gonna be pretty damn good. Unpopular opinion, Spaceballs isn't that funny.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
100 months is a long time. Still appreciate everything you've done for me and continue to do for this community.
Hell yeah, man. Holy shnikes. You didn't need to do that. Yeah, ain't no problem, dude. No problem. Thank you. Hell yeah. Boss, my dude. Nice, man. Thank you. That means a lot. I'm just trying, man. Trying to make sure, people get their head on straight. And spaceflight's a good way to do that. But yeah, man. Still here. Still EJ. Taking the time to perfect the rocket. And I don't know, it doesn't matter. Whatever. Either way, thanks, man. It's good to see you, and I'm glad you're doing well too. That's killer. All right, so we were working with the stage 5.1. What we figured out with this thing is that it really likes. What we did was we ended up taking the inner ring of engines. We took the inner ring of engines and we attached them to the fuel tanks instead. Hey Nova, how are you? So that does work. It makes it work a little bit better. Only my center engine is pushing on the on the center, and that did end up working pretty well. Is it strong enough to work? What I've been doing for the last 2 weeks with this build, King, is making sure that the thing is strong enough to stay together with a big upper stage on top of it. Oh yeah, that's right, Scott. We did. We removed the center engine. We went to the original 18 engine design. Where are you? Yeah, that was in this model right here. 5.1 with the mass simulator on the top. And we went to the 18 engine design. I removed the center engine. Yeah, let's see how this goes together. Hold on. All right, headphone users, you guys know the drill. When this thing when you put this thing out, it likes to pop. It likes to make a loud noise. It does like to pop too, but hopefully we've fixed that. I told you it likes to pop. Nice. Not enough clamps are another issue. Let's take the clamps and move them down here. I'm thinking. More mass testing today. Guys, the real problem that I'm having is that the fuselage is not very load bearing. So we're gonna have to, like, putting the launch clamps here is gonna crack the vehicle in half. I'm pretty damn sure. Like, I mean, just humor myself here real quick. That's gonna put too much load on the center stack, and that fairing will break. Pretty sure. The reason why I've been doing this so much is because this first stage is gonna get put through the ringer. It's gonna get put through the ringer. I do not want to put a full stack out on the pad and have it blow up. Postal, 5 subs. Thank you. Hey, Dos, what's going on, buddy? See? Because that is the amount of mass. That was the amount of mass that's going to be that the upper stage is going to be. See? Structural linkage between the shell and the engine plate. Really can't put anything on the damn center stack. Like, let me think. Okay, so I can't putting the launch clamps in 6x symmetry attached to the fuel tanks is probably going to work, because that removes that connection out of the equation. All right, so let's see what that does, just out of curiosity. Right? Because that fairing to engine plate connection is poop. It's terrible. It's not good. So what I'm thinking, dudes, is the booster might need one final redesign. I think I got this figured out. The key here is to just not put stress on the outer fuselage. Oh. That was a different failure. Structural failure between protective shell and engine plate. That was the same failure, dudes. But that's got to be the top. That's got to be the inner stage, guys. That's the inner stage. That's not the bottom. I wish it would tell me what fairing it was, but oh, that's good. Thinking. Give me a second. It's kind of annoying because this worked fine yesterday. I got it working at the end of the stream, but it's alright. Alright, let me check something. I'm gonna remove our mass simulator, okay? So seems like we got to take the fairings out of the equation. But the problem with that is, dudes, is that if we take the fairings out of the equation, I need a fairing for an inner stage. This part is going to be very difficult to make right. And King, you asked a little bit earlier, what's the big problem I'm trying to solve with this? Dude, there's more thrust behind this thing than any rocket I've ever made in Kerbal ever. It has 72 meganewtons of thrust. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. We have 18 engines, and each one of them produces 3,000 kilonewtons of thrust, more, give or take. It's a little bit more than that. There's so much power behind this thing that Kerbal is having trouble. We're basically breaking things. At the end of the last stream, didn't you mention the launch clamps attached to the top, not after the skirt? You even mentioned that having the clamps attached to the aft skirt was a problem. These aren't attached to the aft skirt. They're attached. Yeah, but that's what I mean about the fairings being in the way. The fairings are pretty damn strong, but it seems like with this amount of push on the vehicle,
Go and throttle up.
with these engines doing what they do, it seems like they break the fairing joints. I don't think it's the engine plate. The reason why I don't think it's the engine plate is because the fuel tanks are attached to the engine plate. That tells me that the engine plates are strong and the fairing connections are not, which I'm a little worried about now because I have a fairing for an interstage. There is one other thing. It could be the fairing clipping into the fairing up here. That could be an issue.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey Dan, what's going on? Getting any closer today? Yeah, we're getting there. Have you launched with and without clamps? In different versions, yes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Looks like Verstappen signed a multi-year deal with Mercedes. Okay, that works. It didn't work with the mass simulator on top, but...
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, weather guy. AA Ron. Tier 1, 3-monthly sub. What's up, AA Ron? What do KSB's load calculations look like, or is that not a thing? The load calculations. What you just asked is what does addition look like with math? I don't know. Addition? Can just get the load figured out to be able to do this right. That's another thing. It could be the fairing closed on the other fairing. Yeah, the TWR though. I mean, yeah, most upper stages have crazy TWR without the upper stage on top. Give me 1 second. No, STX, I was just testing something. Sorry, I had a message, dudes. I needed to check something. So I'm thinking, like, it's got to be the fairing connections. We could build this and take the fairing connections out of the center stack, and then I could probably get this working correctly. I'm joining a rocket club. Do you have any advice? Learn as much as you possibly can. So the booster consistently works now? It's not consistent. Watch. See? And I know that's like, oh, you just dropped it. What do you mean? Well, if we put something up on top, like an upper stage or something, it's not going to be happy. I mean, it's very clear to me that the engine plate connections are superbly strong. So where I'm really running into problems now, guys, is the plate connections are really good, right? Hey, James, what's going on? I'm thinking. You know, it's telling me that the fairing is colliding, like it, and that could mean that. Yeah, let's just go with the R7. I removed the center engine, yes. Okay, so here's my problem. It's clear that the fairings are, with however we design this, that the fairings are not really holding together very well. Okay? Now that could be one of two reasons. That could be just my prevailing theory up until this point is that you just can't push on them that hard with that many engines. These engines are ridiculously powerful. They're way overclocked. They're making 300% of their rated thrust at 1300. So, meaning at sea level, they're making 3 times 1200. So they make, actually it's closer to 4000 kilonewtons of thrust out of each motor. The Kerbal joint system I don't think really was ever designed for that. But that doesn't mean we can't engineer around it either. It's very clear that we've made mitigations like taking the center ring of engine, the middle ring of engines and putting them on the outside, right? In this design, in the R7 design, we have those attached to there, right? Like they're 2 of the engines are attached to the tanks, which is not a bad way to do things, right? That's fine. But also at the same time, you know, we put the 3rd engine on there on the R5.1, right? And it worked a lot better. But once we started putting a mass simulator on the top, we really did start running into some issues. Like what you just saw, when I had the tanks up top, we were still breaking that structural connection. Now, it could be the engines. It's possible. But if you cast your mind back to, like, if you watched this earlier, we had like the R3 and the R4 revisions. I deleted the fairings and it worked fine. So, after a night of kind of noodling on this off stream, I'm thinking It might be the fairings. It might be the fairing collision. We might need to redesign them. We might have to redesign them. Which is... alright. It did work without the fairings. Yeah. Which kind of sucks, but... how do you make the fairings take less load? See, Hellfish, after all the... that's the problem that I've been chasing. The problem I've been chasing is trying to take load off of the fairings. I think Kerbal is lying to me. It's saying those connections break. But I don't think they're breaking because the fairings, dude. I think they're breaking because of fairings clipped inside of fairings. Sometimes they don't play nice when you do that. It happens. Fairing shapes are very finicky. The reason why they're finicky is because there's no standardization to it, because every fairing is a different shape. So watch. Like, let's take the R7 stage test, for instance, right? And delete that center fairing, right? Now this, the R7 still has the 6 center engines pushing on the fairings. Watch. This has no fairings clipped together. No fairing is closed on another one. No fairing is clipped into another. Watch. Fairings are causing problems. That doesn't seem very fair. Lev, that was just a fun project that I tried for funsies one time. Watch. See? I am fairly confident we were chasing the wrong problem. Because this works so damn good. It works really good. And when the fairings are clipped, it doesn't work good. Now the real question here is, which fairing is causing an issue? I don't know what flag we're going to use to fill the gaps there. There's no 10-meter fairing or flag. That's not really going to work that way. Like, watch, I'll drop it from right here, something that we clearly saw that breaks things, right? I mean, in theory, we could clean this up and make it look good by readjusting the skirt fairing and stuff. We could clean it up. And the interstage, I could clean it up to make it look like a Saturn 1B. That's not really what but like, that, we know, I'm pretty sure that'll work. But that's not really what we set out to do, is it? Now, let me check something. Said a while ago it was the fairing clipping, but you said you solved that already, so you think it was because you redid the fairing? It's possible. You may have been right, Block. I don't know. This is a new thing. I've never tried to do this, and my Kerbal building skills are pretty rusty, so we're cleaning it off though. But I don't know. It's possible. It could be. Fairings could be angy. That happens. noticed something in the proposal. The tanks in the core stage were round. Okay, so? I don't understand. So what? If I had to guess what was going wrong here, now that I'm really thinking about this, it's probably that. It's probably closing on the upper fairing right there. It doesn't, closing on an edge like that is not, makes it very unhappy. So in this little stage test file here, let's just do a quick thing here. Watch, Benny. Now this is the one with the engine plate and the Clydesdale. So let's close that fairing, edit the fairing, and let's just, you know, I'm gonna leave a little gap there. Want to see what happens. We'll gap it to the inner stage. It's gonna look a little silly, but let's bring that out into the VAB. Watch. This will basically troubleshoot us. It'll tell us if it's that fairing, the skirt fairing causing problems, or the interstage fairing causing problems. Let's see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's the maximum thrust rocket you ever built? This one is definitely up there, astrophysics. This has one of the highest thrust ratings of any rocket I've made. I never really... I mean, in Kerbal you can build a bigger rocket. It's not too hard. What I really got into doing is designing for application. But now we're designing a big rocket for application, if that makes any sense. I think we found the issue. See, the F3 menu is lying to us, pretty sure. Or Kerbal just doesn't know how to...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Again, Flykin? Thank you. Gifting a sub. Eagle with a 16-month resub. Thank you. I think I just hit the ground going 20 meters a second, and that definitely blew it up, but... Test with the fairing clipping again to be sure. We've done plenty of that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Thank you. And another. Oh, I appreciate that. Hi, Space Pope. Thanks for all the hype, guys. I appreciate it. Nice, Andrew. Good for you. The obvious solution is right before us.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Space Pope gifted 5 subs. Thanks. Watch, ready? Well, it broke off the launch clamps that time. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for all the hype. I appreciate you.
Oh, 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 this is space. I'm in space.
Really? Now this really is gonna... I really want to check something here. Did you clamshell the fairing? None of my fairings are clamshelled, Intuitive. Refresh my memory, dude. Does that make a difference? I don't remember.
Oh, oh,
But
oh, this is space. I'm in space.
But I know Kerbal enough to know that that sounds like that would make a difference, dude. Yeah, see? Look.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gee, that's weird. Trying to find some flat ground. Okay, so here's my problem. Problem here is that yeah, it broke. We did bonk it. What broke? S4512 in each EP50 engine plate. So, fellas, my issue here is that I don't think we can build a structural connection up here that's strong enough to hold up 2,000 tons. I really don't think the decouplers will take it. In fact, I know it won't. So we have to rely on some same vessel interaction. But the problem is I need that fairing there, but the fairings are going to take it either. Hey, is that a Red Panda raid? What's up, man? How are you? Have you ever played Space Flight Simulator? No. Hanging in there. How are you?
Oh, 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 this is
You're
space.
playing Mars
I'm in space.
Horizons. Made me long for playing KSP again. What about an SRB core? This one has one. Hey, Yule. Yule call up. Gifted 5 subs. You guys are being very generous today. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I will get this working for you. Makes them one piece. Try that and rigid attach on the fairings. It may help. I wouldn't mind exploring clamshell fairings invisible. That sounds like something that would be a thing, if that makes any sense. Try it without the aft fairing. Yeah. We did do something with messing with fairing segments a little while ago. Making them clamshells. And I'm not entirely sure that that'll work, but it might be a thing. Ooh. So this is booster 5-1. This is the one with no center engine, dudes. So if we set all the sides to 2 and set it to clamshell, I mean, I don't think that's going to change anything intuitive, but it might change something. Dude, that looks pretty wild. Huh. Let me see something. 95 was able to make this work. I want to see a picture from what he was working on, just out of curiosity. Let me see if his fairings are clamshelled. Oh, they are. Look, check it out. So 95 he built the class 2 version of this thing with the arrow spike thing. Look, see the singular line? He clamshelled his fairings. That might be what's killing us, dude. This makes me happy because this means that there's a lot of stuff that we haven't tried that could get this to work, which means that I'm happy about that because that means I'm not I'm not completely nuts trying to make something like this, just only a little bit, you know? What's the diameter of Prometheus? 12 meter. 12 meter wide. It's big. This is a big rocket. This is, like I said, that's one of the thickest rockets I've made in KSP. Now, let's try. Let's try with the stupid clamshell and see if that fixes things. If it does, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. Because that means there are ways to do this, and there are ways to do it right. And there's a lot of little tricks with KSP that I've forgotten, which pisses me off because it doesn't piss me off. I'm just sad because I really, really, really got good at playing this game. It's to the point where and guys, if you don't know me, I have a pretty damn good memory. Kills me because it got to the point where there's some vehicles that I just don't remember how to pilot, I remember how to pilot, but I don't remember how I put them together, which sucks. Never thought we'd get to that point with KSP, but again, I never thought KSP 2 was gonna lay an egg either, so. Yep, the only way to do it is to get back to it. And guys, I'll be honest with you, there was a long time where I was playing KSP where I would feel awful about doing it. You know? I feel awful about it. I just, what the stuff that went down with KSP 2 and everything, I felt really bad. It's gone. Whatever it is. I guess I'm over my grief or something. The only thing left to do is play. You know? The only thing left to do is play. That's what we're gonna do. Let's play. Let's keep teaching people about space. Right? Dude, we even discussed the Delta V formula yesterday. When's the last time I did that? KSP2 is a gigantic flop. So, let me tell you about what I want to do with this rocket. Okay, so whenever I design a rocket, even if we're going to launch it off of launch clamps like this, whenever I do that, I always build the provisions to be able to reuse it into the design. Always. That's why I'm being so stringent with the structural requirements for this booster. Because if we want to land this thing, the booster needs to be able to take a whooping. You know what I mean? We need to be able to kick the snot out of it and have it still fly. Right? That's really important. Imperial KSP2, the problem with KSP2, and that's the problem with most games that get released nowadays, is that they have a ton of potential. Saying they have a ton of potential is a really polite way of saying that the game isn't finished. And I don't really appreciate games going into 1.0 and then promising features to make the game promising things to make the game feature complete happening in future patches. Because look, man, I ain't no sucker. Promising the game to be feature complete in future patches means DLCs coming down the road to fix the game, to make the game operable. I'm seeing this pattern, and KSP2 is no exception to this. It happened with KSP2. It happened with Cities. I played a game called Roadcraft about 2 months ago. It happened with Roadcraft. Roadcraft is a game about building roads with no freaking bulldozer and no road grader. A game about building roads without a road grader. Okay. Alright. Sure. So, yeah. KSP2 flopped hard. And it sucks. It sucks. It really sucks. I really don't like that. My all-time favorite franchise of games went the way of the dodo. But hey, whatever. We still got KSP1 and no one can take that away from us. So, that's what we're doing. Dude, we might be onto something with clamshells. We might be onto something with this. Do you still play Workers and Resources? I haven't played it since I got back from vacation plays, but we will play more Workers. I love that game. Have you seen KSP Redo's progress? I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Like, and I'm not to say that I don't have faith in the guys that are doing the KSP Redo modding. Come to me when you have a finished product. And you know what, man? It kills me to say stuff like that. It freaking kills me. I have faith in the KSP modding community, dude. I really do. They made this game so much better. And I can say that with confidence. I don't even use mods. I know they made this game better. The replayability with mods is unreal for this game. Right? Dude, come at me when you have a finished product, and then I'll take a look. And the same goes for any developer. Oh, it's turbo. Yep. KSA. Dude, Peter, Kitten Space Agency. I consult on that game. I talk to those guys. I consult on that sucker. And I'm like, dude, I'm kind of once removed on that development team. And I'm still like bated breath, dude. But I know that they're doing a good job. I may or may not, like they showed the editor controls, like for how you're gonna build crafts in Kitten Space Agency. And I sent Hypemare a message. I'm like, let me help you with the editor controls. I don't care. I will do it for free. Let me help you, you know? Let me help you, you know? Please. Anyway. So, yeah. I have faith in KSA, but when there's a finished product to show you guys, or when there's something to show you guys, you know, then we'll be more critical of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, any game nowadays, dude. Any game nowadays, you guys are gonna hear my candid thoughts, and people might construe that as me being a jerk, but to be honest, I've been suckered too many times. I'm not doing that anymore. And I would feel very bad if I sold you guys on a dud like KSP. Oh, dude, that was one of the biggest reasons why I didn't want to play Kerbal anymore. Like, for the longest time. Because I helped perpetuate this behavior that I'm talking about. And reconciling that was a really hard thing to do. That was really difficult, man. Just kind of getting it right in my head that it's not totally my fault. Like, Repo said pre-alpha in a few weeks. Good, man. Oh, speaking of Mutter, that's a good segue. Speaking of posting stuff when you have something ready. Oh! Oh! I like that. Oh, boy, look at it. Oh, dude, look at them all in a row. Mm-hmm. Which one do you guys want, chat? I'll take the one on the end. She's perfect. I'll take that one. Oh. Woof, dude. Yeah, I know, Zerax. It took me a little while to figure that to kind of get that right in my head, dude. Sorry, it doesn't need to make sense, but look at all of those freaking engines, man. And you guys think you understand the scale here. Look at the dude standing next to it. That is a huge motor. Dude, that's the size of a shuttle engine. That thing's, and the shuttle engine's the size of a freaking truck. Oh, they're perfect, dude. Look at them. They're so beautiful. I love rocket engines. They make me so happy. Frick B4s, give me the B3U. I mean, hey, we don't have to choose, Sea Kraken. You don't have to choose. Oh my goodness. Rocket engine mass production, dude. I never thought I'd see it. But not only do we have Blue doing it, SpaceX is doing it too. Like, we have multiple companies that are mass producing rocket engines. That makes me so goddamn happy. Where is this, in Florida? Jan, this is Huntsville. Blue Origin has a monster facility for just building engines in Huntsville. I'll show you where it is. But guys, for the people that are here for the booster thing, for Kerbal, right? I'll go back to it in a second. I think we might be onto something with the clamshell fairing. That's another thing worth testing. So Huntsville, it's in the northern part of Alabama here. It's where Marshall Space Flight Center is. So this right here is a huge NASA testing facility, right? And just north of that, I bet you can see the factory in this. The factory is in this picture. I bet you can pick it out. Spoiler alert! You can see it from space. It's gigantic. That picture is most likely in that building. That is a monster facility for just making engines, dude. She's a beast. Jen, you did a NASA student launch in college. We got to go there and tour. I loved it. Dude, that's heaven for me, man. Look at that place. You got it? You got it, dude. That's what I mean, dudes. You know, all these companies are talking about, disrupting space and stuff, right? And, I don't just give Blue Origin, like, the benefit of the doubt because, they're under the same parent organization, right? Like Blue, Jeff Bezos, Twitch is owned by Jeff Bezos inadvertently. Like, I don't give them the benefit of the doubt, dude. I always say Blue is doing things, they just don't show you. But when they do show you, oh, woof. This is why I never count Blue out. That's a stupid thing to do. Look at the hardware, man. Look at the hardware. Not only look at the hardware, look at the damn facility to back it up. You'd be crazy if they weren't gonna, if you think they weren't gonna do something nuts. Look at the hardware. Look at the industrial base that they're building. Mass producing rockets starts with building a factory big enough, right? That's a pretty big factory. Look at the BE4 plumbing versus Raptor 3. No wonder Tori called Raptor 3 incomplete. That's a lot of tubes. Dude, for a methane oxygen-rich stage combustion, that's actually pretty... let's say we've been spoiled by Raptor 3. That's pretty damn good, dude. Is that facility just for engine production? Yes, Tistry. Yep, just for engine production, dude. Do you want to see? You want to see where they put it together? Here, let's go down here. Let's go down to Florida. I'll show you. Check this out. So this is an old picture. The photogrammetry picture from Google Earth is from like 2008 or something. I bet you can't see Blue Origin's factory here. Here, ready? Ready? Yeah. 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 See all this? That's the facility where they make them. Now, I know what you're looking at. You're looking at this thing, you're like, oh, okay. That's pretty big, right? How do I know how big that building is? Look at the cars parked in the parking lot. That should give you a good example. That is a gigantic facility. Huge. Like, almost Star Factory big. But then again, Blue has another facility down here for doing other things. What other things? Don't know. And then in this picture, they're building another one over here that, I mean, that facility is pretty much finished. Crazy, right? That is a huge facility. Hey, we might have street view. Check this out. That awning makes it look smaller than it is. The doorway is down here. She's a biggin', man. Who owns Blue Origin? Jeff Bezos. Yeah, that's what it looked like before. It was abandoned orange groves. Dude, if it was up to me, I'd have a facility with orange groves. Like, build a rocket facility, and I would have orange groves in the back, just because. But yeah, we grow our own oranges, man. Vitamin C, baby. But dude, yeah, look at that. It's amazing. And like, you know, the reason why I bring this up isn't to try and compare them to SpaceX, right? But, you know, I think comparing Blue to SpaceX is stupid. I think that's dumb. I don't like doing that. I don't think we're at a point with the commercial market where we could have brand loyalty. I don't have any brand loyalty. I like everybody. You know, anybody that has the prowess to do that, it has my respect, right? I bring this up as a matter of factly to show you guys that, dude, we have not one, but two companies that are mass producing some of the most complicated rocket engines ever, period, full stop. We have two companies doing that. Two companies that are backed by two guys that have very deep pockets. If you're not familiar with deep pockets, what that means they got cash. There's a lot of funding behind this commercial push for space, which is great. That's huge. You cast your mind back 15 years ago, this is a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream. Look at all the hardware, man. Oh, that makes me so happy. ULA 2. Well, those are ULA's engines for Vulcan. Vulcan has two BE4s in the bottom. Don't sleep on Stoke. It's not just SpaceX and Blue, man. I don't know if you guys paid attention to space news yesterday. Stoke's doing stuff. Relativity's doing stuff. Rocket Lab's doing stuff. Blue's doing stuff. SpaceX is doing stuff. Those are five pretty heavy hitting companies in the commercial sector. And there's a boatload freaking more. Firefly with the freaking lunar lander. And also building the Eclipse vehicle. So the XMLV, that's what it's called. It's called Eclipse. They're building that. They have Alpha. This is ridiculous, dude. This is unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever happened before. So there's, kind of the topic of yesterday's discussion with Space News was that, it's hard to be excited about stuff. Bro, look at that. How can you not be excited about that? It's pretty good, man. Give it 10 years and the Cape will be such a different place. Yeah, baby. I'm ready. Let's go. Cause, man, I'm gonna get a little mushy here for a second. The Cape at the end of the shuttle program, so Cape Canaveral, circa like 2011. So mid 2011 to like maybe 2015 was depressing. It sucked. Getting rid of the shuttle program put that place into an economic recession that it's still climbing out of. It was horrible to see it. It really pissed me off. Like, I got really upset when I was down there, when I used to go down there a lot. Now it's completely different, which is great, but it was not fun. That sucked. It was really hard to look at. Do you live in Florida? Jan, I used to. I used to live in Winter Park, but I moved back to Massachusetts. I live on a cape, it's just not the cape. I live on Cape Cod. So if you look at a map of Massachusetts, that little hook thing, I'm at the very base of the hook. Not past the bridges for the locals. No, I don't have that much money. Anyway. Would you rather be alive now or during the 1960s in terms of space? Now. I'll take now. Brand loyalty, only one. Torg. Is that a Borderlands reference in my chat? Huh. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take my Revision 7 design, just because that's kind of the last thing that we were working with here, dude. That has the center Clydesdale and the engine plate. All right, we're gonna take the Revision 7 booster with the fairing the way that it is, and we're gonna clamshell this thing. I'm gonna go to the R7 first stage testing file, and I'm just gonna make the thing a clamshell, and I want to see what happens. I'm curious if that's where I was screwing up. It might be that, guys. It might be that I just setting it to clamshell makes the fairings work differently, which we know it does. I do know that that is a thing. So this whole like 2-week excursion could have just been a colossal screw up on my part. Oh, we need to make a new one, because that one has the cut fairing. Nice, man. Currently live in 15 minutes from Winter Park. Nice area. Did you go to school in Florida? I went to Full Sail, dude. I'm a Full Sail graduate. Good school. Probably should have, for me personally, I probably should have gone to regular college, but got to live in Florida for a little while. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, Jan, if you're local to the area, I mean, I'd tell you where I lived. I could show you if you want. So I lived on the corner of Semorin and University Boulevard in Winter Park. Down the street from Full Sail, basically. Actually, it was University in Forsyth, if I'm remembering right. I mean, it's 20 years ago at this point, but. So there's Aloma right there. There's Semorin. There's University. I used to live in this L-shaped apartment complex right there. So I would get on my skateboard and skateboard down the street. And this thing that looks exactly like, that looks a lot like a mini mall is actually Full Sail. That's actually the school. And that was not a production place. That was in Albertsons when I was there. That building right there is the computer animation lab. I spent an ungodly amount of time in that building. It's a lot. So, yeah. Dude, like I said, I used to watch shuttle launches off my back porch. My first apartment, here it is. My first apartment was the first floor corner apartment in this building right there. So I watched STS-116 from that balcony right there, because it faces perfectly due east. And if you look, if we zoom out a little bit, right? It's almost parallel to 39A. See? Only 50 miles away, Florida's flat. It was a clear night. That was the first launch I ever saw. STS-116. Night launch. But you could see it. The SRBs light up the sky, even from 50 miles away. You could see the dang thing. Yep. You couldn't hear it rumble from that far away, no. Dude, it's so screwed up because I remember watching that and going, am I going to college for the wrong thing? I'm already here, screw it, don't worry about it. Like, you know, it is what it is, man. All good. Very cool, loving EJ Lord, thanks for sharing. Ever think of moving back to Florida? I would like to, Jan, but my family's here, dude. I'd rather be with my family, to be honest. Family. 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 I don't think we're getting spoiled, Clayton. I think we should develop more technologies. Make more things. Yeah, Tar's like, it's all good. Ain't no problem. Alright, let's set this to clamshell. Alright, so Prometheus, it is 11. Second one wasn't clamshell, huh? Oh. Thank you. So the R7 one has an engine plate in the Clydesdale. The reason why I wanted to go with the R7 one is because I think that personally, if we end up attaching hold downs to this, because remember what I was saying, guys, I always try to make these things reusable. Like, I always try to employ reusability into my design. What does that mean? Well, reusability means you need to be able to recouple this thing to a launch pad. You also need hoisting points, right? You also need places to pick the stupid thing up, right? So, if we can crack this freaking, if the fairings fix it, like, okay, but, sorry, let me collect my thoughts. My brain just divided by 0. Okay, so, if we're trying to, I don't know if we'll actually reuse this thing. I'm not sure I'm capable of doing that, but, for instance, if we do make it reusable, we're going to need to reintegrate the booster. So we're going to need to put this on something, and we're going to need to stack it. That means that my hold down points need to be strong enough to hold the whole thing up. Not only that, but they need to be strong enough to be able to handle a transient change in mass. Transient delta M. What is that? So what does that mean? Well, if I put the booster back on the pad, I'm not going to put it back on the pad fully fueled, right? You don't do that with liquid fuel boosters. You put them on the pad, empty, and then you roll them. Well, if you're using a mobile launcher, you put them on the launcher and then you roll them to the pad, right? I mean, I picked the space shuttle because screw it, right? Like the external tank for the shuttle was empty, right? That was empty. So, oh, dude. 95 F-150, long box. Very nice. Anyway, so we need to be able to put this thing on the pad empty, and we also need to be able to fill it up. So your hold down points need to be extremely strong. And the reason why I want that Clydesdale in there, oh, hey baby. The reason why I want that Clydesdale in there, hey baby, put that up there for later, is because we're going to need our hold down points need to be able to attach to something. Now here's the thing, how do you do hold down points? Right? Are we going to use a docking port? Do you think any docking port in KSP can hold up like 5,000 tons of booster? I can guarantee you for a fact that that is not a thing. I've learned that the hard way. So we're going to do the modifications with the clamshell to this design, to the one with the Clydesdale still in it. And we'll test some things, okay? Because I'm thinking if clamshell fixes this, we might be able to go back to the non-Clydesdale design, and it would kind of contribute to what I'm thinking, that the fairing structural connections might not be the reason why this is breaking. It might just be the fairings clipping with each other. Clamshell might fix that problem. The other thing I'm going to do is move the stripe so it's in line, because that's annoying. So let me get rid of these outer set of struts here. Does that make sense, dude, or am I just rambling? I might just be rambling, but don't worry about it. We got this. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Clydesdale could serve that we could attach hold down points to it, and it might be better to do that. To have a strong center core. But if the fairing connections, the fairing structural connection problem that we've been chasing for the past week is not a thing, if it's a phantom, right? If it's a phantom, an apparition, we might just be able to use a fairing for hold downs. Sorry, I just need to move that back into position. Okay, so R7 stage test. Save, overwrite. Okay, so you guys know the drill. Here's what we do. We reroute to the docking port, right? Get rid of the stage 1 control node. Get it out of the mastercraft file. Put the port on. 4x batteries. And we'll just start with testing it how we've been testing it. Try to test in the same way every time. That affords you good continuity. If your testing criteria is different every time, you're not going to have good testing. You're not going to have conclusive test results. All right, so take the clamps, put the clamps in a different thing. All right, let's bring this out over to the VAB. And let's put it on the pad. Let's see what this does. All right, so this is the exact same thing as R7, but we have clamshell fairings instead. I'm just genuinely curious if this fixes things. I mean, so what are we gonna do? I'm gonna sit here, we're gonna activate the engines, and then I'll do a ramp, I'll do a thrust ramp. We'll slowly move the thrust up and see if it pushes it to failure. Relativity just posted. Relativity just posted a hot fire video. Okay. Excuse me for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I just need to I need to look at this for research purposes. I'm turning the sound up. It's rocket test fire footage, and I have the volume cranked. So, I mean, headphone users, just in case. Just. It's not too bad. Staring at the trap ray. I wonder what's behind the blur. I don't think that's blurred out. I think that's water on the camera lens, dude. Look at the gimbal. The thrust vector control. Oh, that's smooth. Very nice. Dude, that's real good. I know this doesn't look like much, but what they're doing there. So, you know how what we're doing in KSP right now, I'm purposely putting the booster through something that it would never do. Right? I'm thinking, like, what is the absolute worst case scenario for my booster? And the worst case is lighting 19 engines all at once and then sending it, right? That's the worst case. You're never going to encounter a shock load like that in its flight regime, ever. Like, it's never going to do that, right? That's what they're doing there with the thrust vector control systems. This test right here isn't necessarily about testing the rocket engine and making sure the rocket engine is working. The wiggle test right there is doing the same thing with the thrust vector control system. They're moving it around in circles and then it's stopping really quick and moving back. You see that? It's not necessarily the wiggle that's doing it, but it's that stop and move back. They're testing basically they're testing to see how quickly the controller can react. How quickly your thrust vector control system is dialed in. Because you see the rocket is doing circles, right? And then it stops and then it moves around. See? Right there. It stops and then it moves. That change in direction is that's what stresses the thrust vector control system. The immediate change in direction. Is the rocket ever going to do this when it's flying around? No. Ideally, you're not going to be able to you're not really making a huge course correction like that with your booster. You're not going to make a huge correction. That's like the equivalent of driving down a highway at highway speed and turning the wheel as hard as you can. And hoping something doesn't break. Well, not hoping. Something isn't breaking. That's why that's really good. It's not necessarily the spin, right? It's not the spin. What they're doing, it's the change in direction with the thrust vector control system. So switching the rotational direction, that is purposely pushing the thrust vector control system to a point that you'd never encounter in flight. And if it can survive doing that, you'll know that your thrust vector control system is never going to have a problem during flight. That's what this test flight is. Or that's what this test firing is, which is super cool. See? Ready? Stop. Change direction. Ready? Stop. Stop. Change direction. Look at that. Oof. You see how they're rotating it back and forth and back and forth? That is beating the snot out of the thrust vector control system. I know it doesn't look like it. It just looks like, what are you talking about, man? It's nice and smooth. No. Think about what this thing is holding in position. That's holding the thrust from a freaking Aeon engine. This engine is no slouch. That engine's pretty damn powerful. I mean, it's not the most powerful around, but it's pretty powerful. Oof. And you see how they're doing it, and it's all nice and smooth. Real good. That's really good. That's real nice. Oof. Pretty cool, man. Dude, you want to know how strong thrust vector control systems are on rockets? That one of those cylinders could like if you made the right rigging, one of those cylinders could probably lift up a semi-truck. That's how strong those things are, because they're controlling a freaking rocket engine. Think like firemen with a fire hose, right? It's really hard to keep that thing straight. You need a bunch of dudes to do it, right? Same idea. That hydraulic is very, very, very strong. That's super cool. All right, anyway, back to our testing. We're testing our clamshell fairings here. Let's pulse the engines, all right? Oh, crap, sorry about that. The volume was still cranked from the engine test. I'll turn it down. My bad. I suck at that so much, dude. I've been doing this for like over a decade, and that's still... My apologies. I hit the space bar and went, oh no, the volume's still... I'm sorry. Loud noises! Alright. There's gonna be more loud noises here, but they're not gonna be as loud as that, but they're gonna be more loud noises here. What? We can't hear you. Neither can I. It's not like I did it just to you guys because I'm a jerk. I mean, sometimes, maybe. Alright, we're ramping up in thrust. We're at full power. Alright, pulse it. It just broke off the clamps, that's all. Oh, don't tell me that clamshelling this is gonna fix it. Dude, if clamshell is what makes this fixed, like, I'm gonna be a little upset. I think we may have found the issue. See, the F3 menu, dudes, I don't trust it. I used to never trust it, and I trusted it this time, and it came back to bite me. Is it fixed now? We need to be a little bit more conclusive here, but I'll bonk the thing. Ready? Yep. It still broke. We hit the ground going pretty hard. Structural failure on the linkage between 512 and the engine plate. Okay. Now go back and test an older version. I think so, Mutter. Keep in mind, fellas, the R7 test, look, if I select my center plate, that still has 7 engines pushing on it. We concluded yesterday, and it was conclusions based off of the fact that the F3 menu wasn't lying to us completely, right? That was too much thrust for that plate, and that worked just fine. Will you land this with one engines or all engines or somewhere in between? I have not even gotten that far to figure out if that's what we need to do or not. So let's go to the R5 test, right? The R5 test is when we redesigned to use an engine plate instead of radial attachment. So see the plates right there, right? That's when we redesigned for this. So let's go in here, clamshell deploy, set it to 2 sides. Clamshell deploy, set it to 2 sides. Turn off truss structure. Let's go up to the top. Go up to the inner stage up here. Clamshell deploy. 2 sides. Well, no ejection force, but that doesn't really matter. So this one has a mass simulator on top. It has all the hold down clamps, right? And this has 2,000 tons of fuel sitting on top of it. That is there to replicate like an upper stage. An upper stage with a payload on top of it. This, let me check the engine configuration on this just to be sure. If you hold left shift, Ori, you can just move stuff away. So this has the outer ring of engines. The outer ring of engines is attached to the fuel tanks. We still have the inner ring of 7 attached there. Let's see what this does, just out of curiosity. What is that tiny cream-colored thing on the bottom? That is a cal controller. I'm using it to have my engines produce 300% of their rated thrust. You can use it to make engines give more thrust. I could show you how to do that in a second, Andrew. Sorry, dude, just trying to help. I have over 30,000 hours in KSP. You have 30,000 hours in KSP, Invisible? It's very rare that someone has me beat in KSP hours. I'm at about 20,000 myself. Uh-huh. Might be a bit advanced for your skill level. I mean, Andrew, if I'm remembering this right, yesterday you said you just got this game or you haven't played very much. The Cal controller, ignore it for now. That's more advanced gameplay. I mean, guys, I played KSP for minimum 6 to 8 hours every day from 2015 to 2023, 5 days a week. I played this game a lot. And in Invisible, you know what sucks, dude? After KSP flopped, I kind of stopped playing for a little while. Rusty, man. Rusty. Dude, I could build anything in this game. I used to be able to build whatever. But the only way you get that skill back is to do it more, you know? Like, how about, for giggles, maybe delete the center fairing in this configuration? Scotty, I'm pretty dang sure that deleting the center fairing will fix it, but, yeah. I've lost count, Pigeon. All right. Where this thing is blowing up, guys, is it's the load of just fully compressing the vehicle down onto the pad is causing issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this thing. I'm going to put an extra set of hold downs up here attached to the fuel tanks. And then I'll put another one for our mass simulator up here. Just to prevent the load from, like, putting this on the pad to be too much. Let's see what happens. You know, we can just send all the launch clamps all at once. It's fine. No worries, just thinking out loud. No, Scotty, that's what I'd prefer, dude. You guys asking questions and saying do this is helping me kind of remember, like, why don't you test this? Oh, I'm not testing this because I know that that way doesn't work, or I know that that way does work, you know? Have you built Falcon 9? Can you bring back the first stage? Imperial, I built... Yes. Yes is the answer to that question. I built the entire launch complex. Not only do I bring the stage back, there was a time where I could take the stage, take it horizontal, bring it back to the launch pad, put it on a strong back, put a new upper stage on it, and send it again. Oh yeah. All right, Yep, it's the payload adapter. That's giving us a false reading again. One of the last things I did before I really stopped playing KSP1 was build out a vehicle that is specifically, it's a Falcon 9 analog-ish vehicle, but it's more like if you were designing a Falcon 9 to work with Kerbal and really be optimized around reusability. Yeah, that was one of the last things that I worked on, and I built Falcon 9 landing legs in this game. I'll show you in a moment. Yeah, those VODs unfortunately are long gone, Way Crush. The DMCA purge on Twitch got rid of most of them. Did you ever make that consistently work or just get to the point where it's pretty jank? With Condor 9, I did reuse boosters demo. It ended up being a little bit jank. MLV, my MLV, the one that I'm taught, the optimized one, was supposed to basically get around most of those problems. We did end up using the Freedom Rocket though. Yeah, the Freedom Rocket, I reused course for that all the time. Like easily reused course in mission mode. Yeah. I don't know if you remember the cigarette rocket, the flyback booster. All right, ready? Loud noise. Damn. Okay. Clamshell won't fix that problem, dudes. No, block. Keep in mind, fellas, that was the R5 stage test. That was an older version. Let's try the R5.1. 5.1 is a version, it's the same thing, but the engines are attached, most of the engines are attached to the, well, all the engines are attached to the fuel tanks. Hey, Bree. You brought me a food? All right.
Out there. I would like to see it.
You would like to see it?
I would like to witness you eating it.
Oh.
I'm curious if it's any good.
It's not lunchtime yet.
Dude, it's 2 o'clock.
My lunchtime is at 5. You want to see it? All right.
I want to know if it's good.
Okay.
You gotta know if it's a new place, Chad. You gotta know if it's good.
Went to a new sandwich shop and Bree got a meatball sub from there. Let's see. We're gonna go Dave Portnoy on this real quick. You guys want to see it? Meatball sub. Let's see what we got.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah? Is
Yeah,
it
that's
as good as the other place?
Yes. Yeah, that's very tasty.
That's high praise.
They put mozzarella and provolone in this.
Yep.
But yeah, it's very tasty.
Alright.
Okay.
I just needed to know, man.
All right. No, that's fair. That's very tasty.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Alright, I'll
dude.
go back. I haven't had mine yet. So.
There's, yeah, like I said, there's mozzarella and provolone in the meatball stuff. Yeah, that's really good.
Like, it looks really good to me, too.
Yeah, I know you want to eat it, dude. Yeah. How come you only want to come up and see me when I have food? Why is that a thing?
Not personal.
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay.
I don't want to eat it.
Take it.
That over there. I'll put that for later.
Alright.
All right.
That's all.
Yeah, that was tasty.
Alright. Cool.
Cool. Love you too. That was delicious.
Alright. Cool. Chat, somebody said, what's your rating? It is, so what I asked was, is it as good as the place you went to growing up? Which is, no?
It's close.
Okay.
It's close. They toasted the bun. I don't like toasted with meatball because then all the crumbs get into the sauce and it gets to be a pain in the butt. I like soft bread
Okay.
with it, but if they didn't toast it, it would be close.
Okay.
But I don't know if you could ever replace the local sandwich shop that was near my house growing up.
Okay. Well, you can always tell them not to toast it.
It is a good substitute. Let me put it that way.
Okay,
It's a good
okay.
substitute. It's pretty good.
Alright. That's high praise, chat. It's very high praise.
There was a sandwich shop that I grew up, a mom and pop sandwich shop that I grew up near. and it was an Italian deli, and their meatball subs were out of control. Yeah, that's close. It's close, but it's not exact, but it's close. It's close. It is a good substitute. All right. Okay, thanks, baby. It's close. I'd say that meatball sub out of 10 is probably like a 8 or a 9 easily. Easily an 8 or a 9. It's really good. There's mozzarella in it, which is real good. Yeah, mozzarella and provolone. 2 cheese meatball. Yeah, I could get behind that. All right, so this is the 5.1 booster. The 5.1 has the engines on a different spot. So this was the strongest engine configuration that we found. What we're going to test now is I'm going to see if this thing holds up. So we need 2,000 tons of payload on top of this thing. I would give that meatball sub. Now, you know what? I need to take another bite. I'm sorry. I need to take another bite. I gotta be sure. This is really good. I need to test it more. Yeah, that's pretty good. Easily a 9. Like, easily a 9. This is delicious, dude. Actually, I thought this was toasted when I first bit into it. It ain't toasted, dude. The bun ain't toasted. Nice and soft. There's veal in the meatball. Oh, you guys ever cut a meatball with veal? Delicious. Well, you gotta cut the meatball. You gotta cut it with veal. Seriously, if you make meatballs, get some veal, grind it up, mix it in with your meat. Trust me on this one. It's an old Italian recipe. Really good. I mean, you say you don't know about that. Trust me. You put some veal. Put some veal in there. The reason why you do that is because back in the day, veal was cheaper. Not anymore. Veal was cheaper than straight beef, right? So you're making meatballs, right? You cut it with veal because that's how you made more meatball. Stop it, you're gonna get hungry. All right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, take some veal, mix it in with the meatball. Trust me. Veal with ground up beef, right? Make the meatballs out of that, right? Actually, you know what you do? Salt and pepper before you make the meatball. Salt, pepper, garlic powder. Mix that sucker up. Bake it. Amazing. God, I love Italian food. What wine would you have with that meatball sub? Red. You need red wine with that. You don't white wine with a meatball sub is just no. That needs like a Chianti or something. I ate his liver with a fine Chianti. You gotta have red wine with that thing, man. Anything with sauce, you gotta have red wine. Sorry, that's just. Red wine is. I don't know. I'm not the biggest wine guy, Jim. I know it needs to be red wine. In fact, you know what you can do, dudes. When you're mixing up the meatballs, pour some red wine in there. Or when you're making sauce, pour some red wine in, dude. Dude, you know, you guys, I see both chats are like, you know. I've been saying I want to do this for years, but I gotta get my dad on here, dude. We gotta do a cooking stream with my dad. Dad, if you're watching, we gotta do a cooking stream. I'll set up the streaming setup in my kitchen. Let's freaking do this. A sub is American Italian cuisine. Good luck finding that in Italy. Yeah,
Discovery, no at
Dally, 12-month resub. Yeah, we got to do that. We got to do that. You could put an empty SRB in the inner stage just for supporting the weight of that second stage, like the tripod pusher. The fairing up here, Ator, is going to be, that's going to have same vessel interaction on it. Yeah, that's going to have SVI. Because you got to remember, we have to come up with some kind of coupling mechanism, right? Remember, reuse. That's our stakeholder expectation, that the booster can be reused, right? Or at least integrated by itself, right? Having a fairing with same vessel interaction will help. But that doesn't mean that we don't need a pushing mechanism and B, a guide mechanism so when we stack our stage, right? You got to have that. But most importantly, you know, the alignment and the same vessel interaction stuff, dude, that is all fine and dandy. But if this thing can't hold up 2,000 tons, then we got a big issue. Happy Friday. There you go. Can you make your own parts to imitate what you want? Yeah, but yeah, of course I can. Where's the fun in that, Journey? I mean, we did make hinge parts before. You watched me make parts for KSP, dude. What are you talking about? Can I make my own parts? You know that. You know. Why are you asking those questions? You know I can do that. Man. If you're going to do a cooking stream, I should send you a few recipes. No. 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 Clayton, believe me. I got this. All right. Let's see what we got here. So this is the... We broke the launch clamps. Oh, hold on. Huh. Hey, the skirt survived. Look at that thing. All right, that thing's pretty strong. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do what I did with the other one here. We're gonna take these suckers and we're gonna put them up here. I'm gonna put them on the payload to hold it up. Actually, I'm gonna put them on the fuel tanks. I want... This isn't our end-all be-all structural adapter. We probably should engineer it, guys. Probably should engineer the aft skirt for the second stage before we do any of these mass simulator tests. But this test right here is more about... you know what? I'm gonna put another set of struts here. This test is more about the first stage being able to be clamped. So... this should be fine. Okay, fine. You can make a cooking series where you make viewers' recipes and rate them. We could, Yanix, yeah. What I would actually want to do, dude, I wouldn't start with bringing my dad on. I've thought about this, dude. If we were going to do cooking streams, and this is really up to me to just pull my head out of my tail and find the time to do it, right? What I would want to show you is, dude, a lot of people don't know how to cook. And that's fine, that's okay, you know, but I come from an Italian family. Oh, I know how to do that. That's like ingrained, right? But I'm not going to start by making like Italian cuisine or something, right? What I would start with is, I call it streamer food. Streamer food. I'd start with the stuff that I usually make, like when I'm done streaming. When I'm done streaming at the end of the day. Yeah, there we go. I make quick stuff, dude. So like I have a couple of recipes that aren't really a thing. It's just something that I like eating. That's something that's good for, that's not terrible for you, that fills you up at the end of the day. You know, when you come home from a long night of streaming. Microwave steak. No. No. Is he gonna land it on the moon? Well, R-Tube, I'm really testing my first stage to make sure my first stage can handle the compression load from having 2,000 tons of upper stage on top of it. Here, let's do this. This is probably gonna make it blow up, but if it doesn't... Uh-oh. Very good. Hang on, I gotta modify something here. There we go. We are no. Hey. Hey. What are you doing? Oh, it's not on the docking port. Whoops. Hang on, we gotta stop that. 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 I'm just going straight up with this flight, dudes. We're not... not gonna do anything crazy fancy here. I wasn't expecting the test to work, so what I did was I didn't shut off all these tanks. I don't want it pulling fuel from my mass simulator. What was that about? Structural failure on linkage between the AEFF5 protective shell and EP50 engine plate again. So I had SAS set to radial out, and it changed from surface view to orbit view in the nav ball, and the thing tried to do a 90. And our thrust vector control system put lateral load on the booster, and it broke it. Interesting. Pretty good test, though. Interesting. All right, that's something we gotta think about. Let's, I want to see that again, guys, if you don't mind. So this is our 5-1. We don't have a Clydesdale in the stage here. You know what's getting me, dude? If the clamshell is truly the problem, that means all of the strut testing that we did is not adequate, which kind of blows. But whatever. We can make a new revision to the booster and change some things around, which is not an issue. That's fine. But this, like I said, this is iterative design. It happens. Have you heard of the Air Force Tex Rex or other techs in their air rifles that are more powerful than most handguns? It has integrally suppressed versions too. No. That's cool though. I only ate half the sandwich, Pigeon. Do you play career mode or sandbox, and what do you usually go for? Also, what difficulty? When I was maining Kerbal Space Program, Andrew, I played an ultra difficult set of rules called mission mode rules. If you go on my website, ejsa.space, I'm pretty sure I have the rule set there. They're a pretty tough rule set. Alright, I'll fly this thing on an ascent and we'll see what happens. Oh, crap. I saw it. I saw it fail. The fuel tank snapped off. S4512 fuel tank collided into airstream protective shell. Structural failure on the linkage between the air shell and the engine plate. That ain't anything we ain't used to. Turn off the tanks here. Well, Coltech, that... Here's the thing, man. The Max Q killed us there. The dynamic pressure building up on the front of the vehicle broke the connection. I'm pretty damn sure. But the F3 menu, we know that it's lying to us. It doesn't... You know, we know that it's full of crap. Sorry, I'm checking something. Did you throttle down? I didn't. All right, I need to check something. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put in my reinforcement struts here on the tank. We'll just put them in quick. This up here, this thing up here is going to prevent these things from kind of weeble wobbling around. I have a refactoring fix that could make this work. What could really make this work, guys, is if I noticed that in my design, my engine plate's all the way down here, which means this tank is pivoting on a point past the engine plate. If we move the attachment point to the back of this fairing, that's going to I need to make a new version. I need to make a new version, dudes, before we do any more testing. I need to make a new version. Will adding a nose cone help? Not really, Sam. Kind of, but not really. So, another problem that we've been having with this is that the fuel tanks are moving around. That's been plaguing us this whole time. So why it's been plaguing us, I'm thinking, because if my engine plate is here and I attach the fuel tank to the plate and then I gizmo the fuel tank up, if its attachment is here, it's going to allow the tank to weeble wobble. We don't want weeble wobbles. Weeble wobbles are bad. So I have another idea here. And I need the Revision 7 booster to make this work. We could also put it into a throttle bucket. Sure, absolutely. Hey, Chief. 81-month resub. Came home from work having dinner and EJ stream, and this means one thing. The weekend has started. All right. Have you uploaded this to the Kerbal Analyzer website? You would... Oh, DX's website, Hired. I forgot all about that thing. Oh. Okay. Let's go with the Revision 8. Revision 8. I have another idea. And I'm going to reconfigure my engines a little bit. So, let's go back in here, undo the struts, undo all of our strut work. Revision 7 does have the Clydesdale in it, and I might try to do Revision 7 without it, because well, no, we would... Nice, Deadbringer. Kerbal Analyzer? Dude. I forget the website, man. The Kerbal Analyzer shows the hierarchy of parts between auto strut, regular connection, and regular strut. Theix helped me use... it was made by a viewer of the stream named Theix, and it helps me kind of demonstrate how parts go together in KSP and how Kerbal understands structure. I forgot all about it, Hired. Okay, we're on Revision 8. So Okay. I gotta talk myself through this. The other thing I'm going to do is, since we swapped to a clamshell fairing, I noticed that parts of the fuel tanks are clipping outside. So one of the things that we're going to do is move the fuel tanks slightly inward. But let's move those out for a second. Let's take a look. How did I design this? I put the engine plate forward, but it's not forward enough. It's really not forward enough for what I want. So let's take this, get rid of that strut work, get rid of that strut work, get rid of that strut work. You found it. Dude, the hierarchy visualizer. Oh, Nova, you're the man. Thank you. There it is. There is the hierarchical version of the booster. Any yellow dot is a part. Any blue... Oh no, there's grandparent parts. That's without grandparent parts. Oh. Oh no. Is that what that's doing? For real? It's reading a strut to the fairing shape as a strut to the fairing plate. See the blue lines? Blue lines are regular struts. These other lines are... those are grandparent struts. Oh. Ooh. I'm colorblind, dude, so I don't know what you want. Anytime you strut to a fairing shape, it reads as a structural connection to fairing base. I don't remember learning that. That's interesting. You guys notice something? All right. That's the booster. The booster starts right here. See the docking port? That's the front of our booster. You guys notice something? Look at the lack of strut work up here. But look at the auto strut work back here. Does it look like the top of this booster is as strong as the bottom of the booster? Where do we keep seeing failures? We keep seeing failures right there. That's where we see the most amount of failure. Because look, there's 6 connections here. Or 7 connections. There's 7 connections between my engine plate and the fairing. The 7 connections are the main, the node attachment, and then the struts. There's 6 struts that go from... what is the strut attached to? Go from the fuel tank to the strut. Oh, jeez. So that's the center of mass of one of the fuel tanks. That's the S4512. And then the strut goes to the forward. Hired, thank you for reminding me about this. Look, no wonder this thing's failing so much. I mean, It might not be fairing shape. I mean, clamshell fairings clearly give us a different result, so that is something to take into account. But dude, look at the lack of structure up here. Like, it looks like a spider web down the bottom. But there's nothing up there. I forgot it existed, Pop. This over here is, don't worry about that. That's the master craft file with all of my measuring equipment. Don't worry about this. This is what we're looking at. From this connection back. Oh, dear. Thank you, Nova. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that probably is not the end-all be-all of our problems, but that probably has something to do with it. All right. So we have R8 here, which is a copy of the R7 booster. Guys, we just need to build more structure up at the front. What does R5 look like? R5 has less struts than that, dude. I mean, we could check if you want. Same deal. Why did we not run a lot of struts up there? You know what? I need to see something else. Let me go back to the R4 concept. The R4 concept had radial attached to a fairing. I.e. no engine plate. Yeah, see, I overbuilt the R4 booster, but the R4 booster still explodes. But how do we know that the fairing clamshell or something wasn't what screwed up the R4 booster? And this one is a radial attached fuel tank. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go back in here. Let me think about this. All right, so first things first. The engine plate. Let's move the engine plate all the way up here. The engine plate is on a grandparent strut. That grandparent strut goes to the docking port. It'll go to the docking port. Okay. See, my gut is telling me to reinforce that connection as much as humanly possible. That's what my gut's telling me to do. However, if we force grandparent strut on the fuel tanks, which is what the engine plate is doing, if we go in here and go into physics and visualize the auto struts, see the lines? The lines, I don't know why they're blinking. So the fuel tanks are strutted to that as well. And then the fuel tanks are strutted. If the fuel tanks are auto strutted to this. Oh. I had a set of struts that go from basically the top of the fuel tank, right, to the fairing shape. Right? And that's running the same strut. That's a redundant strut. It's running the same strut as the grandparent because we know that struts that attach to a fairing shape count as a structural connection to the plate itself. Oh boy. Okay. Meanwhile, in pretty much all of my past booster designs, with the exception of R4, let's look at like R6, for instance. Yeah, there's a singular connection between the engine. That's the Clydesdale. R6 didn't have an engine plate. It had tanks radially attached. And then the tanks were grandparents strutted back to the fairing plate. Alright. My gut is telling me to do this. Actually, no, not 8x. Let's overcook it. Alright, so reinforce the plate against the fairing. We need this strong. So think about this for a second, alright? I really didn't have much in the way of struts from the plate to the fairing. It was fuel tanks to fairing or through a grandparent strut. If we think about that for a second, all of my engines are pushing up on either the fuel tanks, or in this design, they'd be pushing up on the fuel tanks or the Clydesdale, right? And we kept encountering a structural problem between this and this. The problem is in F3, in the F3 menu, it just says it collided with a fairing. It doesn't say which one. I think it may have been this fairing and not that fairing. I used to think it was this fairing because of we'd see the tanks clipping out of the fairing, but that might not necessarily be the case. This connection is not reinforced. You got to reinforce it with as many struts as we possibly can, and I like doing 2 times 6x symmetry because it's nice and strong. In fact, you know what we could do? I do know that running the strut base part definitely helps. So like I'll run the ones that the strut that's in 6 times symmetry at 12 o'clock, I'll run it from plate to fairing. And the one that's in the 9 o'clock position here, I'll run it from fairing to plate. I find that does reinforce things. I haven't really bothered to quantify like how, but it definitely does. Like running the struts backwards. More struts, more better. Well, Evan, I never bothered reinforcing this in any of my designs. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. Once again, that's completely my fault. That's on me. I mean, if we wanted to even be super slick, what we could do is we could go with some version 3 super heavy strut action here. I mean, this is getting the entire force. The forces from all the engines firing is pushing on the engine plate no matter what, and that's pushing on the fairing. I don't know why I never bothered to reinforce this connection. What the heck was I thinking? Why? Of course, it's right in the primary load path. Why would you not do that? So, fellas, I'm going overkill. I just want to see what happens. I'll take the trade-off for the part count. I know this is an extra 36 parts, but also, hey baby. Nice. There might be another way that we can reinforce this as well, but is there anything else you can strut the fairing plate to help reinforce? Not really. I mean, I'll get more into that in a moment. I'll make a cage like that, and we'll see if that helps. Now, the other stuff, I mean, we have the Clydesdale in there. And I still have the center 6 engines pushing up on that. We figured out that that's not necessarily what we want. We can put the inner ring on the outer fuel tanks there, and that'll take a lot of load off of this, but we never really figured out why this was... I think I know what happened. You know, I was so concerned pushing up on this, I thought this fairing was breaking up against that engine plate, which is why I put the Clydesdale there for reinforcement. But that may not have been the thing. This, like every time we sell the F3 menu, right? It showed us a structural failure between the engine plate and a 5-meter fairing. I always thought it was this one because the engines were pushing up on it, but in reality, it's probably that one. I mean, we'd have to prove it. We'll test this. We got to prove it, right? I want to see if my theory is right. So for revision 8, at least initially, what I'm going to do is keep the 7 engines mounted on the center. I just want to see what happens. The cobwebs are getting dusted off. Yep. It looks like he died inside. It's more, Evan, about me making stupid mistakes, dude, but I haven't played in a while, so I won't pay it too much mind, but I think I understand what happened here. So now gotta move those engines back into position. Oh, we're still getting a little bit of overlap over the front fairing. That needs to be right there. That's the spot. Okay, so now we have everything attached to the Clydesdale, right? Now, these tanks are grandparent strutted because they're on the engine plate. Grandparent strut means it takes the part that the thing is connected to and runs an invisible strut past it. So if this is the parent part here and the fuel tank is the child part, grandparent would be the fairing. It's a strut that leapfrogs apart. So that has auto strut locked. So that means the tank is strutted to the fairing shape. Cool. The primary connection between the tanks and the actual vehicle, though, is through the plate, right? That should be a pretty strong connection. We haven't seen much where the tank separates from the engine plate, but that still is a failure that does happen, that we've seen happen. We've seen it do it many times. We've had a structural connection between the tank and the plate. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go down in here and I'm gonna gizmo these in. Now, on top of all that, dudes, the tanks with the clamshell were like that, and you could see that part of the tank is clipping out of the fairing. What I'm gonna do is move this one tick. Let's move that one tick further in than where it usually is, than where it has been in previous booster design. And then obviously we gizmo the engines into position. Gizmo the fuel tanks into position, which should put the engines into position. Okay, save our work. Now, we have seen a failure between the tank and the engine plate. I theorized with my other designs that it was because the engine plate was way back here. If the engine plate is over here and we attach the fuel tank to it, and that's where it pivots off of, the attachment piece, right? And I gizmo my fuel tank forward, that's going to allow my fuel tank to do this because it always pivots on the attachment. Okay? We know that from KSP. We know that from playing this game too much, right? So, keeping the engine plate further north in the design and reinforcing it, that probably is going to fix things a little bit. However, just in case it doesn't, we need to make sure that these tanks, when the engines push up on them, that they don't pivot. Now, before I did put a crossbar strut, a 6x symmetry cross strut between all the tanks up at the front, but that's when I have the engine plate at the back. Now they're going to pivot here. So that means that down here is going to move a lot more than up there. So what I'm going to do in here with the tanks, I'm going to take a strut in 6x symmetry, and we're going to make a gigantic crossbeam here. This is going to be to hold the tanks in position internally. It's going to hold them in position so they don't freaking move. Them pivoting around inside of the fairing, we know that is a known failure. We know that that happens, right? There. You know what? We could probably bring this a tick in. There we go. All right. So there, we have some triangulation. Now, what we could do, we could stitch this. Hold on. Let me do this over. If we stitch it to the tank behind it, that could do it. But now I want to look here. Those tanks are grandparent strutted. What are they grandparent strutted to? Okay, since this tank is grandparent strutted, the second set of tanks is using a grandparent strut, and it's bypassing the S4512 tank, and that's going to the engine plate. Okay, so the second set of tanks is auto strutted to the plate. But that still means that we don't really have any, I'm going to say triangulation, but we don't have, there's nothing really here that's going to keep these tanks from hitting each other. So, all right. I know this is going to cost us some part count. But remember, our vehicle requirements are driving this. What does that mean in plain English? The vehicle requirements driving this means that this thing needs to be strong. If we're going to reuse it, if we're going to put it out on a pad, and most importantly, if we're going to launch it with a crazy ton, like metric ton of freaking payload on top of it, right? Payload in second stage, it's got to be strong. And if we're going to reuse it, it needs to be even stronger. So take how strong we think it needs to be during ascent and make that, and give it a huge factor of safety. So I am over engineering, but like this is more than the thing is going to need for ascent, I think. But, right? This is going to make it so the booster, you know, if we ever try to land the thing or come back down with it, it should be good. Now, we should be able to put it through its paces and it won't be an issue. Now, the other thing here, next set of tanks, the white tanks, the S4256s. We never really saw too much problems from these. They're pretty damn strong. It has a main connection to the tank in front of it and a grandparent strut to the engine plate, right? Okay, so what does that leave? Once again, we have a strut that goes, we have the connection point that goes up and struts that go diagonally with the tanks, right? There's nothing governing the tanks wanting to not move around. In the past, I had stitched them together on the outside. That's what we did with revision 4. We made a stitch piece right here. But that doesn't necessarily keep these things straight. Okay? What I'm going to do is put another star strut pattern here. And what I want is that to be at the center of mass, like that. So take that, move that one tick out, take this, make sure that's nice and straight. Okay. Off the wind. Are you a real life engineer? No, I just play Kerbal too much, man. I do teach people about engineering concepts in the form of rockets, though. Yeah, that's what I've been doing for the past decade here on Twitch and now on YouTube. Trey, what are you saying? If the rumors are true, the Senate budget proposal for fiscal year 2026 will have a NASA budget that will be its largest since the height of Apollo. So what you have been saying for all along is right. So what I've been saying for a long time is right. I'm not just sitting here and blindly rambling about stuff, Trey. If I'm gonna say something and we're gonna go on a rant about this, I'm gonna make my words count. At least that's what I try to do. This is impressive. Thanks, Wind. I appreciate it, dude. But because I'm teaching people about this, I try to keep it classy during the day. At night, dude, curse up a storm. But yeah, thanks, man. I'm not perfect either. I time myself out if I swear. I just stare awkwardly at the camera. I deadpan the camera like this. But I try not to swear during the day. But I appreciate the compliment, brother. Ethereal says YouTube's better than Twitch. You gotta start that? All right. Nazlik, what's up, man? As in the swear jar. I went back to timing myself out, Nova, because that would get expensive really, really quickly. Yeah, Trey, well, that's good, man. All right, so next thing. Got the white tanks figured out. What we could also do to make sure that these things really don't move around is do a side strut like this from every tank that's clipping right into the surface, onto the surface of the Clydesdale. Actually, the right way to really do that, to make sure these tanks really don't move, is to do this. Once again, our part count's going through the roof. But, once again, this isn't a one-time use booster. If we want it reinforced, you got to reinforce it. If we want it, if we're gonna be able to like reuse it, and we want to bring it back down and land, and we don't want it to break during any or under any circumstances, I'm making my engineering like my load safety factor here. It's quite high. I mean, one strut would probably do it, but this is triangulating the tanks. There we go. Now, the thing about these struts here is that this is coming down a different branch of the hierarchy here. It would be stronger if we put these at the end of the tanks, back here. The reason why, I'll draw it for you. The reason why I wanted to move those struts back is because, so like, here's our engine plate. Let the circle represent a part, all right? Here is the S4512 tank, right? Here's the white tank, all right? Here's the Clydesdale. So we know that we have an auto strut that goes from here to there, right? And here's the, let's just say that this represents another thing in symmetry over here, all right? Check that out. So we know the auto struts from the white tanks, from the 256, right? This is 256. That's the S4512. Okay? The auto strut is going to the plate, engine plate. This is our structural reinforcement. That's the SRB. So because it's on a different branch of the hierarchy, so to speak, right? The further back this strut is, the further down it is, the further it is away from the engine plate, the stronger it's going to be, right? Because say this blue represents that tank, the 256 tank. If we move the strut back here, all right, it's a further distance away, and that could keep it nice and strong. But actually just doing the connection right there is not too incredibly bad. And then I also have a strut connection that goes from 256 to 256. Yeah, that'll work. That's really strong. That's not, that should be fine. I'm just thinking these struts will have more moment, or they'll constrict moment more the further they are away from the attachment and pivot of that hierarchical branch. Is there some kind of trick to make rockets look more interesting? I feel like all the things I build look the same, but I suppose it may also be due to the fact that I haven't unlocked enough stuff. It's not unlocking enough stuff. In the beginning, Andrew, everybody's career mode stuff looks the same. If you're going to be doing boost back burns, aren't you going to need half of the fuel in the booster? No, not half astrophysics. Falcon 9 does the boost back and RTLS burn with probably, like, I don't know, like an eighth of the fuel left over. Like 7/8 of its fuel load is used for ascent and 1/8 is used for landing. The reason why is because you don't need as much fuel to move the first stage around when a fully fueled second stage and payload is attached to it, as when a fully fueled second stage and payload is attached to it. Remember, delta V. The delta V formula. All right? For a first stage, doing a first stage delta V calculation, right? You have to take into account gravity. You have to take into account how efficient your engines are. But over here, the logarithmic function for initial over final mass is very different for a first stage, right? Because remember, to get your rocket to go further, you need more fuel on your rocket and less rocket on your rocket. Now, in the case of the first stage, second stage fuel doesn't feed first stage engines. So the second stage is payload. That counts towards your what's called dry mass to calculate first stage delta V. So yes, Falcon 9 has more fuel on it, but if you're doing the delta V calculations individually for the first stage, you'd have to take into account however heavy that second stage is with fuel, with payload, with the fairing on top of that. And if you're doing first stage delta V calculations, you'd have to incorporate that into your final mass, into your M0. So by definition, first stages have a terrible mass fraction, right? But after stage separation with Falcon 9 and the first stage turning around and boosting back, your final mass is different. Why? Because you don't have 40 extra tons of second stage and payload on board. So you don't need as much fuel. Your efficiency goes proverbially through the roof. Less rocket on your rocket. So Falcon 9 uses like probably 70 to 80%, I'd say like 80% of its fuel, probably more at this point, is used for getting the second stage up there. The final 20 to 15%, maybe it's probably less actually, it's 10%. Final 10% of fuel is enough fuel to just push the first stage back with one engine and then land it. Because the delta V formula changes. Because the first stage is way more efficient when it doesn't have a second stage attached to it. Go figure. The delta V, my delta V calculators over there are screwed completely, guys, because we overclocked the engines. I kind of hacked the engines to make them produce 300% of thrust. The game doesn't understand what that means. That's why my delta V is all screwed up. Sawyer, 92-month resub, tier 2. Thanks, man. Why draw it when you could use the analyzer? Well, the analyzer would be hard to convey this, but... So this reinforces our tank design, right? With the minimal amount of struts for the maximum amount of strength. So now we get to the ADTP adapter, or no, the S3, S4 adapter. That's grandparent strutted. Hang on one second. So grandparent strutting does work over symmetry nodes, but it only works downstream far enough from a symmetry node. So if we look at the S4512 grandparent struts, guys, take a look. See how it's just 6 grandparent struts that go right to the engine plate? When you have a part that's in 6 times symmetry, and then you have another part that's in 6 times symmetry, and then another part behind that in 6 times symmetry, grandparent strutting picks up over it. The grandparent strut picks up the symmetrical node. And what it does is make it grandparent struts not only to its grandparent part, but every grandparent part in the hierarchy. it basically makes you a web. See that web? This web up at the front. That is from the engines and whatnot. This web right here, right, is why we have the back of the booster is so ridiculously strong, but the front isn't. What would be a way to get the web to show up at the front? The Kevin Bacon rule. Holy crap, Nova, I remember that. 6 degrees of separation. But the Kevin Bacon rule is not exactly what we're looking for here. That really discerns like going from stage to stage, right? You want to have the minimal amount of parts from the back of your second stage to your hold down point. I forgot about the Kevin Bacon rule. Thank you. It's all coming back to me, guys. It's coming back to me. And I got a good night's sleep. This stage has way more than 900 meters a second delta V. Way more. Way more. We could do the manual delta V calculations for it. In fact, our delta V calculator is completely screwed, so we probably should. 6 degrees of separation of parts, man. That makes it strong. Okay, so these tanks back here, these S3, S4 adapters are grandparent strutting. They're running 3 grandparent struts. One grandparent strut is going right to the S4 512 tank. That is 2 parts in front of it in the hierarchy. The other two are going to that one and that one, if I'm looking at that right. So the center of mass, I know this looks like just a gigantic web of nonsense, right? If we look at the center of mass of the center of mass of one of these ADTP tanks, you got to look at it this way so the parts are rendered. How many lines are coming out of that thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so if we tell it to run a grandparent strut to that S4 512 tank, it's running a grandparent strut to every S4 512 tank. Guys, that's why we never had a problem with this part of the rocket. We really never had problems down here. All the problems stem from up here. Because look, we got the auto strut symmetry working for us on the back of the rocket, but it's not working on the front of the rocket. How many passengers will this carry, Wind? This was foreseen as a cargo vehicle, a heavy lift, ultra heavy lift cargo vehicle in real life. Believe it or not, this is based off of a real life concept. Wind, what I do from time to time is I don't want to talk about that. I raid NASA's technical reports, and we find crazy ideas that NASA proposed in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and whatnot. And we try to build them in KSP. That's the sucker that I'm building. Check the specs on this bad boy. 460 feet tall, 46-story building. Taller than Starship. Actually, it's about the same size. This thing is way wider. It is using a 65-foot first stage, 60-foot second stage, 60-foot payload fairing, which is a 19-meter wide core stage and an 18-meter wide second stage in PLF. 18 meters. That's huge. Falcon 9 is 9. So this is double the width of, not Falcon 9, Starship is 9 meters across. This is double the width of Super Heavy and Starship. 18 Saturn V first stage engines in the first stage and 3 hydrogen M1 engines in the second stage. It's a monster, dude. Monster of a vehicle. So this is based off of a real life concept, dude. So the real life concept was heavy cargo. Like, you want to build a factory or a space station in space, this thing could launch one space station in one shot, no problem. See my last for a question. Something I've been meaning to ask for a while. I've been watching you build your high-fidelity space shuttle design over the last week, and I was wondering if you ever considered creating a similar high-fidelity copy of Buran Energia. No. I'm Team Shuttle, MK Note. Buran is a great design. I think it's terrible compared to the space shuttle. Energia, though, is mint. Maybe we'd do a high-fidelity Energia one day. But yeah, nah, not Buran. I think Buran's a piece of junk. Sorry. It's still cool. Like, there you go, Block. All right, so now let me think about this for a second. Is there any way we could build more rigidity into this? Oh, I got it. I got an idea. Unfortunately, we might have to undo some of these struts, but we'll remember to put them back in. The star struts here, right? And then the attachment struts there. I got another idea. Yeah, we're gonna have to take things apart. I'm trying to get the web, that web of auto struts up there, right? And right now, we have these attached to the engine plate straight up, right? And we know that if we go three parts down with grandparent strutting, it'll get you that web, right? And what we've been saying, we've been looking at the craft file analyzer, etc., right? We don't have a lot of webbing going on up at the front of the vehicle, right? But what we could do is if I don't directly attach the fuel tank to the engine plate and put an intermediate part in there, like a girder segment or something, like one of these girder segments. See these things? One of the girder segments right there. That would shift the hierarchy down. So that would mean that my S4 256 tanks, instead of running a singular grandparent strut like that because they're not picking up on the symmetry correctly, if we moved them, if they're one part removed down the hierarchy, we could get the white tanks to do the grid connection like this. Like that. And that would mean that the white tank would run an intermediate strut, would run a strut basically up to whatever we attach the S4512 tank to. And then that intermediate piece right there, the girder, our proverbial girder segment, right? We just strut the snot out of that thing like we do at the back. The engine section back here, everything is on girders, and we've never had a problem with an engine liberating itself. These are, that attachment, these girder segments have almost 4,000 kilonewtons of thrust being pushed up on them, and we never had a problem with that. Let's do that same thing up top. I totally detached the wrong piece, so that's good. You could do Energia Polius. Like I said, I think Energia is the true gift from like the Soviet space program. That thing was insane. Between the RD-0120s and the RD-170s, amazing design. Buran's just a piece of junk copy. But if you go and read about Soviet space program history, you'll realize that the Russians looked at the shuttle, the Soviets looked at the shuttle and said, what the frick? Why the hell would you make this? True story. So they never really wanted to build a vehicle that was all in on the shuttle. They only built it because they looked at the shuttle and got confused. They did a Cal Naughton Jr. from Talladega Nights. They go, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. We don't know what that shuttle's used for, and we don't really understand why you're making that, but we're going to make one too, because if it's a weapon, we'll figure out what it is. True story. That happened. They looked at the shuttle and said, "What? Why would you make that? You have the Saturn V. What are you, stupid?" Yeah. 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 All right, take these off for a moment. Now, let's do this. Let me attach girder segments. Girder segments are one of the strongest parts in the game. 80 meters a second impact tolerance. They are very chunky. So let's take these and let's move them up here like this. Right? Put them up here somewhere. And then we take our tank and we attach the tanks to the girder segments. Now I take the girder segment and it'll auto strut lock the grandparent part. Those have grandparent part locked on them, and the white tank should have grandparent part locked on them too. So let's take these pieces and we'll make sure we move them right back into the right position. Like that. Oops, they gotta go forward just a little bit more. I'm actually gonna move these backwards here because I don't want them clipping into my inner stage. I'll tell you why in a moment. And I'm gonna move them so they're like this. I don't want them clipping into the inner stage because if for whatever reason, when we go to stage and we separate our second stage, right? Second stage, right? It goes away. When we go to do that, I don't, and we light the engines. If the engine thrust hits one of those things, the entire booster will explode because the tank will come off inside of the fairing. We've seen the fruits of that labor many times. So we don't, long story short, we don't want that. So I'm moving them back behind the fairing. The other thing is, guys, fairings can tank a lot of heat. Fairings make very good heat shields in Kerbal. They do. It's a great thermal protection system. That's not really how it works in real life, but, you know, whatever. All right. So I'm going to detach the white tank, and I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to replace it so it doesn't have the auto strut locked flag on it. Now, if we auto strut these tanks, those are going to auto strut to the engine plate instead of the payload fairing, right? Now, oh, they got to go one more tick in. Hold on. Okay. Now we attach this. We attach the white tank, right? And if we tick it forward, that should make the engines line up. I always make my tanks overlap just a little bit. If you can test how much the thrust the tank can handle, you could use a Cal controller to ramp it. Yeah, I could, Doom. That's not what I'm working on right now, though, dude. So, guys, check this out. So the girder segment, that's right here, it has auto strut locked. It's attached to the plate, which means the girder segment is strutted to the fairing through an auto strut. Okay? This tank, the S4512, is attached to one of the strongest parts in the game, the girder segment. And now the S4512 is grandparent strutted to the engine plate. But here's the real kicker. Watch this. If we take the S4256, right, and we auto strut it, it's going to create a grid. Oh. So now the S4512 tank is grandparent strutted to the girder segment, one of the strongest parts in the game, with very strong attachment nodes. We know that it's very strong because my girder segments are holding my engines in place. And once again, we have never had a problem with any of the engines coming apart. In fact, when the vehicle blows up, usually a girder segment and an engine go flying, still attached to each other. No, it's all good, Doom. Doom, what we've been figuring out is, I actually remembered I have a hierarchy analyzer that Theix made for me, a viewer, a long time ago. And I went and looked at my stage. This is the old design. And dude, look. It's not really a question about measuring load anymore. I kept having problems of the engine plate breaking against the fairing. And the engine plate basically the engine plate breaks everything up here. All of my structural failures have been towards the top of the booster. Well, Doom, take a look at this, dude. We don't need a cal controller with ramped load to figure out that the front of the booster is not nearly strutted as much as the back of the thing, right? Look at how strong that is back there. We never had any problems down here. All of my problems, my structural failures, were coming from up here. Look, there's no struts up there. How are you gonna expect? And I had all the load being transmitted through one freaking part that wasn't strutted to anything. Everything goes through that damn engine plate. The engine plate was basically tanking 70 meganewtons worth of force, right? And trying to push up on the fairing in front of it. There was no strutted connection there. It's just a node attach. No wonder this thing failed so much, dude. I'm pretty sure. I mean, keep in mind, that's just a hypothesis, right? That's just a hypothesis. I don't know for sure. But I'm building the Revision 8 booster, keeping in mind that we really didn't put much we didn't do much strutting up here. Okay? So where it goes lean on struts up on the plate. Yeah. So first thing I did was take my engine plate to fairing and I strutted the snot out of it. It has 18 struts in a web. See that? And then the next thing that I did was attach to my engine plate one of the strongest parts in the game, the girder segment. Girder segment strong, 80 meters a second impact tolerance. It is one of the strongest parts in the game by a long shot. Instead of mounting my fuel tanks directly to the engine plate, I'm mounting them to the girder segment. And the girder segment is grandparent strutted to the fairing now. So I have the fairing plate, fairing shell, engine plate with 18 struts connecting them on top of a node connection. And then we have the girder segment on a node connection to the engine plate. And the girder segment, because the engine plate locks grandparent strut, is running a strut to the fairing plate as well. That's insanely strong. That's way stronger than what we had up here before. And now that affords us, because grandparent strut picks up over symmetry, but it only does it a certain amount of parts down the hierarchical branch. Now the white tanks, instead of running 6 auto struts, right? The white tanks before were running each one of them was running 1 auto strut to the engine plate, and that's it, right? Now the girder segment's there, and we go to run auto strut with them. Now each one, did you see the difference? Look. Now each run is running 5 auto struts. Well, 6, technically. Each one of these white tanks is auto-strutted to the girder. Not only the girder in its stack, but every girder segment. So we are making a web of auto-struts. And now, guys, remember before with the Revision 8 design, we wanted to put these struts in here, and we had these star struts and whatnot. We're not going to need nearly as much of those. Because now the S4512 tanks have a node connection to the tank in front of them, an auto strut to the girder segment 2 parts up, and then an auto strut to every other girder segment. They're triangulated now. Those shouldn't move. We might not even need to put struts on those things. But just because overkill is underrated, I'm still going to do these clamping struts to the Clydesdale. And I don't think we need the crisscross struts anymore. I don't think we need those. It's coming back to me, guys. I remember this now. The hierarchy vessel viewer is really what activated the jimmies in my, or rustled the jimmies in my brain. I'm like, oh, that's what you do. I'll be honest, that took a little bit longer than I thought. I didn't think I would need to play it for like 2 weeks straight to figure it out, but now I remember. We have Kerbal editing core memory unlock. But then again, I should probably shut up and not jinx it because this thing, you know, I think this thing's going to work. But knowing me, it's probably just going to blow up in my face again because I forgot something. But whatever. It's fine. I build in the SPH, astrophysics, because the camera controls in the SPH are really good. I can rotate the camera in any direction and zoom in on parts from any angle because you can move the focal point of the camera around. Or focus point, not focal. Focus. That focal is different. All right, that was the old set of those struts. I don't want those there anymore. All right, so now the ADT, or not the ADTP, the S3, S4 adapters, those are also making a web. Those are attached to the S4 512s. So what I'm going to do with these adapters is a similar set of struts. One from there. Actually, that should be good enough. Actually, I like that. Do that. That's fine. Those go to the Clydesdale. And do you see what I'm talking about, guys? We have 5 times the amount of struts here. 5 times the amount of auto struts, right? For not any more part count. That's the beauty of using auto strut. You can, if you do it and you know that it picks up over symmetry, this thing has hundreds of struts in it now, but they're invisible. They're auto struts. They don't count towards performance, which is great. I mean, they kind of do to a little bit. Sorry, a little off topic, but will you or NSFB covering the Rocket Lab launch at Wallops later? If it's a haste mission, they don't stream them, Kelly. And it is. Jake 4 is a haste mission for sure. Yeah, if it's their suborbital hypersonic demonstrator missions, they don't stream them. Attach payload here. Yeah, right. That's the aft skirt fairing plate. All right, so we've traced the hierarchy down to these tanks. Now for the engines. Now, the R8 design still has 7 engines attached to the center fairing plate. I have a theory that that's not going to matter anymore. But I don't know. Should we see? How did you overclock the engines? CAL controllers? KAL. Kerbal. I forget what the CAL controllers. I forget what the acronym stands for. It's HAL, but CAL. Yeah, CAL 1000. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure they didn't put an acronym for it. Oh, my motor overclock is gone. I'm going to have to redo it because we've separated this a bajillion times. It's not a big deal. You use that to overclock them. I'll show you how to do it in a second. All right. So, I'm almost thinking, I hate how these things have 2 engines attached to them and one of them is way over here and the other one's dead center. I was thinking about redoing the engine configuration. Just to make it so the load, so like this engine, right, is attached to there and it's pushing, and if it's pushing, it's going to want to make the thing turn, right? That may have caused a problem. It's possible. So what I'm going to do, we're going to get a little tricky here. So let's take our first stage node controller. First stage control node. I'm going to rotate it 15 degrees. Rotate the stage 15. And I'm going to take this piece, right? This first set of engines, right? And I'm going to try to put it in the 12 o'clock position. Right there. I think that's right. Now we'll take the controller node again and we'll rotate it 15 degrees in the opposite direction. Now if I take this sucker, we try to put it in the 12 o'clock position again. There we go. Actually, I think that needs to go one over, and so does that one. There. That's nice and evenly spaced. So now we go back to our node controller, and we rotate it back to the 0 degree position. And now our engine configuration's good. Let me there we go. So what I did there, guys, was make sure that my engines, all my engines essentially are pushing up evenly. Because look, the engines are attached to a stack. See that? See what's highlighted right there? And the way I had it before was I had 2 engines off to one side. And when these engines push, if you have an engine that's over to the side and your stack's here, it's going to want to create a moment that's going to want to twist the tank. Now, because the engines are equally placed on the tank, right? All we have to worry about is, you know, if we're looking at the booster from the side here, the 2 engines are right here, right? All we have to worry about is pushing them in, right? Think about this for a second. Okay, so we got to worry about pushing them in. Look at the auto struts. The auto struts, if we look at the booster from this way, right? See all the auto struts in a straight line. See the lines? The lines will work with the way that it's trying to push. That'll make my auto struts work better. Because what'll make the auto struts absorb the shock and the tanks won't move around as much. Right? Because we're pushing on the axis of the grid that we made. We're pushing against it. You're trying to push against the grid directly. Your 2 engines are here, pushed on a line like this, and your auto struts are on this line. It's going to try to do this, but the auto struts won't let it, will ya? Man, it all came back to me, like, with that hierarchy viewer. It all came back to me. All right, cool. What are those center engines attached to? They attached to your mom? No, they're attached on the fairing plate 95. I don't think that we need to attach them out there. I had a couple of breakthroughs in the structural design for this thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think we got this. He'll figure it out later. No, sorry. New blue engine picks. Are you talking about these ones? Oh, we've seen those. Yeah. Or was there more? Dave Limp. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, look at all of them. I know that the other picture was taken from there looking this way, but what we didn't see is all these engines that are under construction over here. And basically stacks of turbine machinery just chilling on the wall over there. Dave Limp, hip hop. 109-month reset. Video, Spirit Airline yanks 3 aircraft from service after massive foam overflow at hangar. That happened in Detroit, goalie. I saw that. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Look at their struts. They got struts for days. Those are transport struts for when you're moving the thing around. Specifically, those struts are there for when you take the booster and you turn it upright so that the nozzle doesn't bend. That's what those yellows are there for. Hell yeah. That's awesome, dude. What a picture. Beast mode. All right. Is that for New Glenn and Vulcan? Correct. All right. So now at the bottom here, I'm going to go with the 7 engine design in the center. I'm going to do that not because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm going to do that because if this is going to put my structural testing to the limit here. I want to really try and make this thing. I want to try and break it. And we know we've had better results putting the engines out on the exterior of the stack, right? So in the center here, having these push up on the center will kind of help us prove if our structural modifications were working correctly. Aesthetically, the BE4 looks better than Raptor. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Joe. I don't know if I'd get down on that. Maybe. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a strut in here from the girder mount, and I'm gonna strut it to the back of the tanks. So some of the load from these tanks gets carried through the fuel tank. Probably better to change it to tanks for a long term. When you put your second stage and payload on top. Changing it is very easy to do, 95. I wouldn't worry about that. But I'm putting it on here to see if my modifications are correct. See if my finger's on the pulse. Remember, because it's about what you're making, right? It's about what you've made. Now, if we grandparent strut these, where do those end up going? All of those are grandparent strutted to the Clydesdale. Guys, if we took the Clydesdale out, hold on. If we took the Clydesdale out, the girder segment grandparent strut would strut directly to the engine plate. Because it would be engine plate, back fairing, girder segment. Girder segment bypasses fairing, goes right to engine plate. That might be stronger. X-Wing, you landed in Vegas and it was 42, so you were so hot. After I finished the post-flight walk-around, I burned myself on the jet bridge door handle getting back into the plane. Yep. Yeah, dude, I was there when it was above 40 last week. It was like, okay. Okay. All right. I feel like engine plates always have structural issues. And Mutter, that's why I'm like, we could run that to there. That might be enough. I'd say an 8.1 design, if this works how we think, I will test a kind of an alternative design, 8.1, with no Clydesdale booster in it. I mean, because I've said it myself, this is over-engineered. But this is over-engineered because I want booster reuse. Booster reuse and reintegration, which means this thing needs to be strong. Every reusable booster that I've made, you have to actually end up running way more struts than you would need, like if you run on one flight, like if you just flew it, right? The reason why is because everything bends around. It's because when you go to reuse a booster and you reintegrate it to a pad, you're picking the booster up, you're stretching it, you're bending the dang thing when you try to pick it up, right? you're stretching it, you're cradling it so it gets compressed on an axis that it's usually not designed for, right? Because you got to put it around on a trailer, you got to haul it somewhere, you got to pick it up. Now you're putting bending loads on it, right? When you stack, you have to deal with compression load and subsequently torsion load too if you overstack it. Like, boosters, the first stages really need to be strong, man. And also, parts move around in KSP. Parts drift all the time. When are you gonna send it? Soon. Now, the last thing that I want to do is go here to there, and then there to there. And then, yeah, that actually should tie this whole thing together pretty well. No, I'm not sure like that. Yeah, we don't need that strut actually. Yeah, believe it or not, that's what we need. Okay. All right, dudes. Might have my rockets mixed up. Do you plan on putting a lunar lander on this? If I get this right, Imperial, this rocket will be able to, it should have about a, well, let's see, what's the size of the fairing? It should have a 10-meter wide fairing that can put 200, it should be 260 tons, but I'm thinking it might be more, into low Kerbin orbit. Never mind a moon lander. I could build a lander anywhere. If we launch it with no payload, I could just make the second stage into a lander. We should make an updated MMB, if you remember those. The mobile moon bases. We should make an updated version of that. That would be pretty sick. That'd be pretty fun. It'll definitely be wide enough. We got a 10-meter fairing. It's a good idea. Okay. All right. So now my fuel tanks are grandparent strutted to the engine plate, and they're not grandparent strutted to the fairing anymore. So what I want to do is open up this fairing here for a second, and I'm still going to run the fuel tank to fairing strut here, like that. That will reinforce us, strut to fairing plate, right? There we go. All right. Prometheus Revision 8, stage testing. So, you guys know the drill. Right there. Get rid of the master craft file stuff. Battery. Solar panel. And let's do the test that we've been doing this entire time, which is where we try it attached to the inner stage. Put a lot of load on this bad boy. And we have those, just for continuity of testing, we have those set to heaviest part. Save. Switch over to the VAB. You have a good feeling about it? I think we're gonna make progress, dude, but Erudite, I'll be honest with you. I'm guessing. I will be honest with you. I'm guessing. I know about hierarchy and how it works, but that's the thing. It might not. It could explode. In fact, I'm going to get it to explode in some way, shape, or form, but if it blows up, it blows up. We'll figure out why. These are a ton of structural improvements, dudes. What did our final part count come out to? 170. Even with the Clydesdale. Not bad. See, auto struts took up all these other struts that I used to put down the side of the booster. They're now auto struts, so. See what happens, dudes. How did you make a load reactor for your modernized Saturn V? I don't remember, Nova. I have no idea. Don't remember how I did that. I think I just strutted it to the fairing, dude. If I'm remembering right. How much memory is Kerbal using right now? Nice. Probably due for a restart. Kerbal has a memory leak with its well, it's not a memory leak, it's garbage. Well, it is. It's garbage collection systems. They were never really honed in. So the longer you play it, the worse it gets. Especially if you're reloading crafts and testing a lot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why? What's up, man? All right, loud noises. Okay, pushing it. 30 meganewtons. 40 meganewtons. 50. 60. Full power. 75 meganewtons. All right. Now, X. We broke the clamps. Z. All right. Let's set her down. We'll see what happens. No payload simulator. Not initially, Ethereal. No. But ZXing it like that, full thrust, no thrust, full thrust, no thrust, on the test stand like that, and not having it explode and having just the clamps fail was a big, that's already a big W, but we gotta prove it. We gotta prove that it works again. Beer can. Yeah, kind of. That was a little too hard. I let it down a little too hard. That was my bad. That would have blown up anything. That did register as a Clydesdale break. If you don't come stop me, I'm gonna eat all the cinnamon beaver nuggets. Go ahead. I can do whatever we want to, Space Noodles. I'm sure with a rocket like this, we could have pretty good capability to do whatever. It was a Clydesdale. All right, let's just make sure we can replicate that test. So, oh, we should restart KSP, but it's fine, Poison. Come on, while we're young! Here we go. Okay. Let's ramp it again. $15 meganewtons. 30. 42. 50. 60. 70, 75, full power. All right, jostle it a little bit. We broke the clamps. Oh! Ho, 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 ho. One clamp broke and the thing tipped. Damn! That was nuts. Cool. Alright, let's give Kerbal a restart so we can test faster, because we're running out of time before Flame Trench. We got 45 minutes. That was not a vehicle issue. That was the clamps failing. Yeah. Correct.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
Poison
space.
gifted a sub to Earth-shattering kaboom! Alright, let me restart KSP real quick. Let's make sure this is saved. And while KSP is loading up, yeah, you see the difference? See the difference here? That's a lot. There's a lot more stuff going on up here at the top. It looks more like a cylinder than it's a cylinder. What is the Yeet Stick 95? I don't know, dude. Probably a Kraken drive that we were working on. That sucks, Yuri. You're gonna play Warhammer tomorrow with the new Space Wolf's Codex. Games Workshop did cut out Stormwolf aircraft, sadly, and I played with it quite often. Tell me about it, man. I have a Cadian army. My Cadian army's 20 years old at this point. Talk about cutting stuff out. Whoops. Like in with add time. Okay. You rolled an 11, I rolled a 15. Well, you still lost anyway, so. Also, Games Workshop didn't put it into Legend rules even, so I have a model, but no. Oh, that sucks. Oh, no, not this editor. Whoop. This one. I want to put another set of clamps on this thing this time. You remember winning a Warhound Armorcast Titan when you were 15. Ah, nice. All right. Okay. Stand by for loud noises. $30 kilonewtons, or 30 meganewtons, 40 meganewtons. 50, 60, full power, 75. All right, now let's jostle it a little bit. We broke the clamps. All right, that bodes well. that the clamps are the point of failure, because that means this sucker really isn't. So let's I'll try to set her down. Damn. That may have been a little much. Structural failure between Clydesdale solid fuel booster and EP50 engine plate. All right. Other than that, this thing performed excellent. That was really good. I think, you know, I'll put those back on. I mean, we ramped thrust and it did the exact same thing 2 times in a row, which is pretty good. That was pretty spot on. So here's what we're going to do now. Let's get that mass simulator out. All right. Can this put itself into orbit by itself? Sure. All right, so this is with the full mass simulator on it. So this is basically what the mass of second stage and the payload should be, with payload fairing and all the accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? And we'll run grandparent strut. There we go. Okay. Now these tanks need to be shut off. I don't want them pulling fuel. All right, perfect. Endo, how did they get this game so right the first time? It has a lot to do with Harvester being a frigging genius. Like, but remember, dude, Kerbal was honed over a long time. Dude, this game really picked up and got into its stride like 2016, 2017. Like, even like going all the way up to 2019. Yeah, that's like 2017 to 2019 is where like this like method of gameplay really kind of came from. But Kerbal wasn't always this way, dude. I remember when there was no part gizmos. There was none of that. You couldn't do that. You could just surface attach parts. So, yeah, Argyle, well, the best we could do is just play this, and that's what we're doing. I'm not playing sad music when talking about KSP. Let's play this. Alright, let's do our mass simulator test. How many seconds are the delay on your stream? It's usually I don't delay it. It should be instant, Lev. Clamps failed. Let's just put it all in the same action group in case something goes wrong. Plant failure seems to be a running theme here. Drummer, the booster. The first stage by itself is 3,000 tons. The full stack is 5,000 tons. Yeah. 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 I don't really blame the clamps for failing, man. I went to do the roll program and it decided not to. I know what I need to do. Let's remove the Clydesdale. Take it out of the equation. Other than that, this thing was pretty good. There is actually one thing that we could probably do. Just make a slight change to design. We need a Scott Manley-ish RP playthrough of KSP's epic reports. You are savior. All hail, praise Lord Kraken and the master of Kerbals. God nukes, yeah. We'll give me some time. But yes, that would be good. That would be good. You know what? I'll make the modifications directly to this thing. Let's try that. There's just some quick modifications. Your friend made you a KSP birthday cake with a Kerbal on it for your 40th birthday? All right. Yeah, Got Nukes, I would like to jump back to doing mission mode style stuff. Not cold turkey, though. Let me kind of get my feet wet again. But, yeah. I was saying this at the beginning of the stream, dude. I don't really, when I played KSP, or when I tried to play KSP over the last couple of years, I was like, you know? But I always got kind of the ick when I was playing. Not anymore. I'm good. I call it time to grieve over. Oh, jeez. Huh. Yep. All right. That was a quick change that I wanted to try. It didn't work. Somebody gifted a sub, 6 months of tier 1 sub to Nightbot. Thank you, whoever that was. Yeah, we got to take the engines and move them out to the fuel tank. The center stack of engines. So that's what we'll do. We'll remove the Clydesdale from the design for now. If you want to do the tracking stuff again, let me know. I can fast track that to that side of things again. Not right now. Let's just play. Let's just play and have fun. That's how I remember. I never played Kerbal with career mode or anything. I predate freaking career mode. Remember how I really had fun when we had fun playing Kerbal 10 years ago? Is just building cool stuff, man. And that's what I want to do for a little while. It's not the payload that's falling off, Ethereal. The whole top of the rocket is coming detached from the bottom of the rocket. It's splitting at the Clydesdale. So let's go back in here and we're going to remove the Clydesdale from the R8 design. No problem. Easy to do. It stinks because we don't have these extra reinforcement struts, but we can find other ways to do that. $95, are you here, dude? I was wondering what he attached his to. But... No, it's good. Don't worry about it. Don't forget Super Tuber for Flame Trench. Alright, I won't, man. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Close the fairing. There we go. Almost there, Tars. I almost got it, I think. Yeah, they were.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Savvy, what's going on, man? Alright, so I took the Clydesdale out of the design, and now my girder segments are auto-strutted to the engine plate itself, so that should reinforce this connection more than before. The only other thing that we really gotta think about now is that these tanks don't really have anything to strut to, but what we can do is run these to there. And then run the fairing to there as well. Cool. All right. I'm gonna do the strut web here. This will help keep the tanks straight. You know what? No, I won't do that. I won't do that. We've never had a problem down here. The problem is where we're having issues is up here, so. Oh, you know, work, dog training, ever larger list of projects. Yeah. I hear that. Yeah, hold on. Last thing we'll do. Now, instead of running the triangulated struts up to the other girders, we're running the struts to the fairing. There we go. Now my inner ring is on the is attached to the fuel tanks, a part that we know is strong. Center engine is attached to the middle, but we know that the center engine is overkill anyway. If we have to get rid of it, we have to get rid of it. So be it. Yeah. Okay, we'll start off with the first test like what we always do. Put that like that. Clamps in a different group. Set these to heaviest part, just like what we did. Save, move it over here, overwrite that. All right. First test, we got to test engine ignition and ramp. All right, let's slowly ramp it up to thrust and then jostle the thrust, and it should break off the clamps when we start jostling the thrust around. Okay, ignition. Okay, start this sequence, and ramp. 10 meganewtons, 20 meganewtons, 30, 40, 50, 60. Full power. 75 meganewtons, and holding. Initiate jostling and wiggling. Dude, no way. That was me, I did that. I saw what I wanted to see. Oh yeah, that's really strong. That exceeded expectations. Very, very, very strong. Alright, let's bring it down. Bop test. Okay, ready? That's too much. Or is it? Okay. We're in business. That's fine. We're good. Perfect. All right. So, that exceeded expectations. I'm going to do the same thing again. I want to be absolutely sure. Okay? So, it was the Clydesdale. Plan to land this? I thought it was expendable. The same things that are required to make it reusable, John, are the same things that require it to go up. It needs to be absurdly strong. Remember, dude, 2,000 tons. We're basically putting a frigate on top of this and sending it into space, dude. Right? Like, meh, no, frigate's more than that, but you get the idea. Putting a very large ship on top of this thing. It's got to be strong, dude, so... this isn't really so much testing reusability and landing. I'm slamming it into the ground to shock load the structure of the vehicle. All right, this time, guys, we're not gonna ramp. I'm just gonna hit spacebar with full power and see if it withstands. It broke the clamps. It broke everything. Oh man. That's not what I wanted to see. I thought it would be able to take it. Okay, we'll try ramping. We'll try ramping it again and then jostling the thrust around and see what it does. Well, I was gonna move to putting a dummy up, the dummy stage up top, the mass simulator, but that does not bode well for my testing. Remember, it's kind of have expectations for what I want the damn thing to do. Ah, I forgot to jostle it. Dang it. Sorry, guys. I'm going too fast because we're running out of time. I gotta get ready for Flame Trench in minutes. We're gonna have to... Yeah, hired. We're gonna have to do that. Ready? Okay, that sequence worked. Now let's ignite in sequence again. Then we gotta jostle it on the pad. That test may have been a fluke destruction. Nothing happens for that because it's a fluke, Evan. It happens for a reason. I'm telling you, Kerbal Simulation, it might seem like it's not. It might seem like it's not high fidelity. If you do the same thing every time, notice how I'm not reverting to launch. I revert back to the editor and put it out on the pad every time. If you do that, if you put it on the pad or put it out in 3D space the same way every time, it'll do the same thing every time. Or, well, close. I did 2 different things and it blew up, but I put it the same way out. So you can eliminate the... I swear to frick, this game listens to me, dude. I swear, it can hear me talking. It can hear me. I was just telling you about how it's consistent, and now, well, it's done 3 different things, 3 different times. It's usually consistent. We proved. I spent a month trying to prove, like, that was content a long time ago. I spent like a month proving the fidelity of the simulation. It took a long time. All right, screw that. Let's just put the simulator on top. If you do the same thing that's right, Hired. That's what I mean, dude. You do the same thing every time, Kerbal will do the same thing. We freaking proved that. With pad integration and whatnot. That's absolutely a thing. But my one kind of like, is the engine plate. I don't know if the engine plate is... Top struts to tank. What do you mean, engineer? When's the next KSP stream after this? Monday? Yeah, we'll pick it up on Monday. I told you when I came back from vacation, I want to work on the car, play KSP, and My Summer Car, and Flame Trench, Space News, and Racing. That's like kind of what I want to focus in on for now. Doesn't mean we won't play Workers or anything else. Like, I just want to focus on that. That's all. You've got to be kidding me. Yikes, you bet, concur. We don't need any more of these. We're gonna get them. Yeah, alright. Okay. Full power. Gonna turn on 6 engines. 12. 18. Let's roll. I don't know. We're back to square one, dude. Yeah, flame trenches in a bit, dudes. You know what? I'm taking those struts off. It seems like anything that's attached to this stupid fairing down here makes it blow up. So, you know what? I'm attaching nothing to that. I'll take the engines off and take all the struts off of that thing. I attach launch clamps to that thing, it blows up. I attach engines to it, it blows up. This connection does fail, no matter what I freaking do. So you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there. I think the only strut that this thing is going to run is just a strut to the tanks, and that's it. I don't know why this thing hates that freaking engine plate so much, but... You're gonna have to SVI the second stage. Yeah, Hired. That's the reason why I'm spending so much time here. Because, dude, even if we get this to fly, I foresee us running into some problems with this thing. But we'll see. That engine plate, man. It makes the design so damn good, but it sucks. It sucks. I don't know. Like, it makes the tank so damn strong, but it makes everything, like... Alright, full power. Okay, inner 6 engines. I took an engine out of the design. So this is running off 18, not 19. I don't know. I don't know, dudes. I don't know, it's the same thing every time. One last test. I'm bummed, dude. I really wanted to get this done. But you know what? Screw that. Let's do this. Let's try it this way. Let's try it not with the choker clamps up there. I'm gonna put conventional hold downs on this thing and see what happens. Don't forget about flame trench. Yeah, I haven't. You know how you know, Nick? I just said I wanted to get this done before flame trench, probably like 5 seconds before you said that. So, are you forgetting about flame trench or am I? I think you forgot. Dude, seriously, go back in the bond. Are you forgetting about? Are you sure? You sure about that? NSF in 28 minutes. Really? Oh, geez. Thanks for letting me know. Fuck you, game. It's my ass. Wait a minute. 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 What does that say? Hold on. No. Hold up. Hold up. What does that say? Approaching G limits. Ooh. Huh. Man, now I wish I didn't rage quit. Crap. Yeah, I wonder if the G limits were after the explosion or before it, dude. I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know, dudes. I don't know. I don't know. This one is a mystery, dude. That it's just a strange, that's just strange, dude. I don't know. I don't know why that's doing that. Don't forget your swear jar. That was a big one. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, Tesla. So why don't you get fucked? All right, guys. I couldn't figure it out. We're gonna have to fiddle around with it more. I thought we were making strides there, but I mean, we did make strides. We got to the point where we can, we got to the point where, you know, we're getting to mass simulator testing pretty reliably. So I mean, we're getting further through the test campaign, but yeah, it's this thing does not like this. G limit was after it exploded. Thank you. Apparently I hooked the wife on cinnamon sugar beaver nuggets. I guess so. Dude, we're consistently, no matter what we design, dude. All right, so like real retrospective real quick of this entire week of testing. No matter how we put this thing together, it always ends up structurally failing in the exact same spot, no matter what I do. Now, that coupled with the inconsistent physics simulation, that tells me that the engine plate is up to no good. Because Kerbal usually doesn't do this. It's really throwing me a curveball here. Usually it's way more consistent than that. Could the visual mods be messing with the game? Unlikely. It's like my theory that lower clamps could be impacting the fairing on launch on the later launches. I don't think so, Yuri. I mean, maybe we could test it, but I don't think that's what's going on, dude. The drop down thing of the thing's not collidable. But the thing is, J-Speed, if we don't have the engine play, what the heck else are we gonna put there? What the heck else are we gonna put there, dude? Sequenced adapters, 2x3. You really think those small adapters could take that? I think, like I said, I think that engine plate is causing problems. The only time we haven't had a failure where the engine plate breaks, right, is when the engine plate's not there. So something's telling me that the engine plate is up to no good. And it might not be me, but it could also be me, you know? Why are you using the engine plates if you think they're making problems? There's nothing else that can stack correctly, MK. There's nothing else that stacks that has a 6x split in nodes like that. My first iteration of this booster, we radial attached the tanks and it didn't like it. But then again, now I'm really starting to think like just girder segments in radial. Girder segments in radial with tanks attached to them could work. Basically what we were doing with the revision 8 booster, but minus the engine plate. Just attach the girder segments directly to the top, to the interstage fairing. Attach them directly to it. Radial attached girder segments are usually pretty damn strong. We know that because we radial attach girder segments to the bottom of the vehicle with the engines, and they're able to withstand it.
Throttle up.
So if they can withstand being pushed, having the engine directly pushed on them, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to withstand having the engines pushing up the fuel tanks, pushing up on them, pushing up on the fairing. Pushing up on the fairing, almost puked. Hey Venom, 4-month resub. Thank you. Will you be on Flame Trench today? So, I think I'm going to take the engine plate out of the design and work on girders. I got to go for the Flame Trench. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. If they start on time, we got a Flame Trench with me, Jack, and Sawyer, I believe, is who's going to be on today. And my cell phone charging cable got stuck underneath the chair. Thank you. There we go. That's fixed. Lovely. Trent and Zach, 3 months. Don't forget. I don't think I will. I don't think I'll forget. So on the YouTube side of things, that's going to do it for tonight. On Twitch, just stay tuned here for the Flame Trench. I don't double stream YouTube, guys. I don't double stream the Flame Trench. So go over to NSF channel. That's the NASA Spaceflight channel, and check the next upcoming live stream called the Flame Trench. It is a spaceflight podcast that I host with my buddies Jack Beyer and Sawyer Rosenstein for NSF on Fridays. So the YouTube stream, you're going to have a lost signal. On Twitch, just chill here for a second until I get title screen up. And, yeah, there's going to be a slight lost signal here for about 20 minutes. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. In terms of Kerbal, we'll get to this on Monday. Girder segments. Remember this. If somebody wants to test this, do it. I hate that. I think I hate engine plates. I think I hate them a lot. So we'll try another way. I'll see you guys in a little bit for Flame Trench YouTube. The next YouTube stream on this channel would be on Monday. Stand by for loss of signal, momentary, and Flame Trench coming up. Thank you very much for watching, dudes. I'll be back in a second.